A warm welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Cyprus. And joining me today in the studio is Ali Ninja and Brian Rest. And guys, talking about the dress, because girls are always like caring about the fashion. And I don't know much about men fashion, but Brian, this morning when I was asking you, are you in this? Because we are both in white and Ali, you're in black.
Oh, I didn't get the memo? Is that what you're suggesting? I care
and-
about fashion, Lulu.
Oh, you don't. You don't look like one. But anyway, but I have to say that my favorite shirt from Brian is the shirt with the King of Hearts.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And to show
Thank
how
you.
much I like that, I brought my necklace. Look at this.
What
My
is
King
that?
of Heart necklace for today.
Wait, where did you get this necklace? Was this here?
Just
Did you bring it
because
with
it's,
you?
fashionable, just to match with Brian.
Okay.
Listen,
I
Ollie,
think,
I love the jacket, man.
Which one?
The one you
This
got
one
on
here.
right now.
Well,
Yeah,
thank
it's
you very
nice.
much, Brian. I
Stylish,
appreciate
looks
your
comfortable.
supportive disposition,
Yeah.
unlike some of the other people at this desk.
Very surprising. And you're being very nice, Brian.
Lulu, come on. Come on. Stop. You know
So,
that.
okay, let's go
Savage.
back to what we're supposed to say. So yesterday was a momentous day of history of the Triton poker because of the Coin River Invitational playing down to a champion. And the winner takes home 5.5 million. And that grabs the eyes of the world here in Cyprus.
Yeah, unfortunately, of course, not everybody had a shot at that final table, and we're going to walk you through it right now. On the outside looking in, it would be Tony G, who busted out in 10th. And of course, the Frenchman who captivated everyone and captured a lot of chips, Monsieur Chapegatien, found himself claiming the first of the pelts at the final table against an ace-4 of hearts. Everything looked fine for Tom Vogelsang, and then disaster would strike on the river as a queen of spades left him shaking hands, issuing fist bumps, and muttering the reluctant words, GG. That ninth place finish was good for 620,000 for him, and then this was perhaps the most savage beat that I can remember from that final table. Chapegatien with 6-7 suited on a king-5 deuce, 2-club board against king-queen. What are the odds? Well, once the 4 of diamonds rolled off on the turn,
Well, apparently 6%.
the
But-
odds got a little better.
To be fair, it did get in pre-flop where it was 60-40. But yes, when you anchor bias look at it from the flop, it is disgusting.
And that
But yeah.
disgust would at least be anesthetized somewhat by the $770,000 that Seth Davies would collect, courtesy of an 8th place finish. And then, wouldn't you know it, it was Chapegatien once more, sending people to the locker room. It was the turn of the Finn, Elias Talvidi, whose pocket sixes were outflopped by the ace deuce. He was drawing to just one lone 6 of clubs on the river, and of course, wildly improbable to hit the one outer. Not a lot of drama, fist bumps, and the man who was perhaps the most impressive of the VIPs would be showered in 7th place, collecting our first 7-figure finish, a little over $1 million. Alex Panikovs found himself forced to get it in off of a shorty with King 9 against the Ace-Jack of Fedor Holes.
Somebody else finally doing some work.
Right, instead
You
of
know.
Chapegatien, it was really just claiming victims left and right. Panikovs did very well for himself at the end of the day, having nursed such a short stack all the way through the money bubble and to the final table, but in the end, 6th place would be his for $1.35 million. Then Ebony Kenny, who has really captured the hearts of so many supporters out there on this run. Life-changing moment for her. These 2 blackjacks were up against 2 9s. So far, so good, right, Rast? Ace, Queen 8?
Yeah, it looks pretty harmless. What could go wrong?
I don't know. How about a 9 of hearts on the turn? However, a jack or a 10 on the end would be relief for Ebony Kenny. Instead, it was the 5 of spades, and her bust out would give her $1.7 million. Certainly could hold her head high as she made an impression on so many people, and heartfelt hugs all around.
This was about the high point for Chapegatien. I mean, he had almost 2/3 of the chips in play here four-handed.
And Carl was at it again as he 3-bet the open from Sam Grafton, who very easily put his hand into the muck after Fedor's ace-jack suited would go up against Chapegatien. You'd think Fedor would be thrilled, after all. Ace-Jack's supposed to beat Ace-10, right? But the King-Jack board presents some obstacles in terms of the Queen. Now, all of a sudden, diamonds were added to the mix on the turn as Chape Gatien picked up massive outs, and then the backdoor flush comes right on in. And this was the point at which we all presumed it was Chape Gatien's tournament to lose, as Fedor out of there, 4th place, 2.1 million, leaving Carl, Linus Love, and Sam Grafton to do battle three-handed. Chape Gatien, however, would be bled down all the way to 2.2 million before it was his turn to get lucky as the all-in player. 2 3s and a 4. Certainly didn't rate to be the flop that was going to help him out. Ace-King was holding firm for Sam Grafton, and it held straight through to the river as the last of the VIPs would bust out.
Mate, you are so fucking entertaining, played so sick. Really fun playing.
A lot of heartfelt praise coming from Grafton, who would see Gatien exit with 2.6 million for 3rd place and then find himself heads up against Linus Lolliger with an overwhelming chip lead. He really thought it wouldn't take nearly as long as it did, and so did the rest of us. Linus ended up hitting a set not once but twice to rally. In the end, he would find himself sitting on a King-6 against an Ace-7 on an Ace-High paired flop, which was dimming the prospects greatly as he was just 5% to double off of 10.35 million. The bell began to toll on the turn, despite Lolliger hitting the 6, 2 outs, and then none. As the river sealed Lolliger's fate as the 2nd place finisher, he would take home $3.9 million. But the real story was the emotional champion, Sam Grafton, who was in disbelief as he took home $5.5 million, adding to his $944,000 in career totals here at Triton, Lulu.
Right, yeah. So since this series start, I think Sam Grafton is pretty working really hard, and he was finished like 2nd in the last event, 75K against Peter Ertz. And from now on, we have all those new champions from Triton events. Like most of them are first time in here. But do you guys know about Sam Grafton?
Well, I mean, I know enough to know that this is a man who obviously is to be contended with. He really, Rast, I think you'll agree with me, he has fundamentals. He understands the game, but he's unafraid to deviate from some of those fundamentals whenever he picks up on whatever he's paying attention to, or, you know, the vibe at a table, little gear shifts. And those are the guys that can be very dangerous, and he proved it on his way to the title.
Yeah, sure. I've noticed some nice plays from Sam. I think there was one play where it was like kind of a 3-way all-in, and Sam and Fedor made a very small bet into a dry side pot with Sam with King High, really downsized bet 10 or 15%. Sam in position with the Ace-Jack made a raise and got Fedor to fold, and you know, with just Ace High and a player all in, and it actually got Fedor to fold. I believe it was 2nd pair on like King 6-5. Fedor had a 6. And, you know, Sam then ended up winning the other all-in player. His Ace-High was better than. Very interesting little play. And after Fedor folded and saw the hands get turned up all-in, he gave a little side, okay, right. You know, all right. So, yeah, it's exactly what you're saying. Yeah. He's willing to deviate, take some chances, play creatively, and that makes him fun to watch.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously our first taste of him came in Madrid when he played one event exactly. It was the main, which, of course, is going on right now, where he finished 5th for 716,000 euros. So despite being a newcomer, he has certainly announced his presence. As you see his bio there, just 2 stops, but 3 cashes already. And of course, a title, 7.3 million plus in career earned. Lulu.
He's fun to watch too, his personality. He definitely talks and chats and keeps it live.
Makes it fun for us.
His partner, David Nicholson, when I was doing interview with him, he said, well, I don't need to check if Sam is still in the field because his voice is everywhere since he's still
Good
in.
Point. Yeah.
But let's don't forget about the 2nd place winner, Linus Lolliger, Linus Love. And he's just add up to his lifetime earning in Triton north of 10 million.
Yeah, and he's a late reg to the main, obviously, here today, having played so late into the evening. Can't blame him for wanting to take a breather and then start the day fresh here on day 2 of that 100K. Granted, his stack's going to be a little leaner, but I don't think anybody's going to count him out just on account of that. Linus, always somebody to be contended with. But that's not the only thing that was going on, right, Lulu? We had another event, the
Yes, we
25K?
had this consolation tournament in the day 2 of the Coin Ribbit Invitational for those people who are busted. So it's the 25K PLO, and it attracts like 32 entries. And after the final 6 in the Coin Ribbit had backed up, just 2 remained, which is Total Shakurchi battling heads up with Christopher Filippo. And the winner took home 270K and the title and the bracelet, of course, the trophy too.
Yeah, can't overlook the bracelet. Christopher Filippo, Rast, I mean, we kind of watched him playing heads up with Talal off right behind their table. Their final table was right behind our desk here. And nobody really recognized this guy. He's a local Cypriot who has no recorded Hendon mob caches, just showed up and managed to blast through the field in this 25K PLO as a complete unknown, and clearly getting through the likes of the players that he did, which included Chidwick in the top 4 on the final table and Eric Seidel in the final 6, was no small feat, collecting 270K, leaving Talal to collect 190K. I'm loving this theme of like all the newcomers. Every single event so far has been one by one.
Yeah, that's awesome, and I think that's an encouraging sign, you know, for all the people out there who haven't come to Tritons. It's not like you come here and you just get ravaged by all the guys who've been doing it for 5 years.
I should correct what I said, by the way. It's not all newcomers that won. It is all first-time title winners. But we do have so many newcomers, and many of them have fared well, of course.
So, yeah, I think that's just encouraging. I mean, not only is it a really well-run event, really nice venue, but you know what? If you're new or you haven't done well in Triton so far, guess what? You can still get it done.
Yeah.
So don't give up.
No doubt about it. All right.
I guess that's enough for recapping everything before today. And today, let's turn back our attention to this 100K buy-in May event. From yesterday, the day 1, there's 80 players entries and only 50 of them finding the bag.
Yep.
And the battling chip leader, the defending chip leader from
Defending
champion
champ from Madrid.
Yes, from Madrid, Henry Hecklin. He was just with the starting stack, I guess. And Ali, you know more than me.
Yeah, well, he's got 47 big blinds. As we give you a little preview of the 2 feature tables that we will be bringing you, as our coverage will begin shortly here of the day 2 in this 100K main event. There is Henrik right there. You can kind of see a bit of a roller coaster in terms of his chips. Back it up just a touch here, and we'll find his company, which includes Cale Burns, who has already won an event here. Henrik, of course, won back in Madrid, 2.2 million. He currently has 279,000. We'll have to contend with a couple of Brazilians in Gargnani and Yuri Zivalevsky and Daniel Dvoris, who just showed up. I was a little bit surprised because Dvoris is generally a guy that plays a number of events when he bothers to come all the way across the world from Canada to play these things, but he was over at Tim Adams' wedding, and that would explain why we haven't seen Tim Adams either. Absent from the main, however, is Sam Grafton, who just took down the 5.5 million. Why? Because he is headed over to Ben Heath's wedding. So love is in the air, Rast. As we turn our attention now to the other of our 2 featured tables, we find the red table, and there we find Benjamin Tollerine. Of course, Tollerine took down already a title here in North Cyprus. Talal finishing second in that 25K. So some guys that have a little momentum behind their back, perhaps some tailwinds. The short stack there will be Laszlo Boitas with just 18 bigs. Overall chip leader is Jean-Noël Torel. That's a name that we mentioned quite a bit throughout this series, as he has managed to spin up some impressive stacks. We'll see how he fares off of 191 big blinds, and those blinds will be at 3,000, 6,000 for the time being. That's a lot of depth. Let's take a quick peek over at the shortest of the stacks. I mentioned Boitas, but he is not the shortest stack. That would belong to Stephen Chidwick. He's got just 17 bigs, Rasty. And looking up at the top of the leaderboard, you got a little prediction about what we might see? Players compiling more chicks. Malinowski, top 5 stack?
Well, I mean, Yuri is 3rd in chips, and I've been very impressed with his play. So, you know, we're going to get to watch him on one of the features, and yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see. He's had a couple good results.
Yeah, since the main event is the main course for today, I'll say goodbye to you two for calling the action, and see you later.
All right, Lulu. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you.
So here we go. Day 2 of the 100K North Cyprus Triton Super High Roller Series main event is upon us. As mentioned, blinds at 3,000, 6,000. We do have 51 players in the field of our original 81 entries, and Shakurchi starts the party flopping top 2 pair against a club draw for Punat Punsri, who defended the big, and this is going to grow from 35,000.
Yeah, I think Punsri's stack is short enough that he might play this aggressively. Definitely a chance. So, I mean, Talal gonna c-bet this every time, and Punsri could decide to check raise and just get it in. That king, normally he might expect to be an overcard or live, won't be. So we can see he's basically a 2-to-1 dog, just better. Yep, and he's going with check raise, get it in. So I think we're just gonna see a all in and run it. Ollie.
Shakurchi's ready to go.
Yeah, and why not with top 2 pair?
Yeah, Punsri somewhat reluctantly flicking it in there. He'll be happy he's not up against the ace-high clubs. That's always a possibility, but obviously king high is a bit behind top 2. So our first all-in and call comes in the very first hand of day 2's coverage of the main. Turn is a club. Punsri in the lead, and the river is a queen. Talal makes the boat. And a nasty turn and river, giving false hope to Punsri.
Yeah, a little
showered.
Suck, resuck. That's always makes for exciting runouts.
Do we hold up for a player with 5?
373,000 chip pot to start things off, and that is going to catapult Talal Shakurchi ahead of chip leader Jean-Noel Torel when the dust settles. Flicking it back over to our other table, we find Cale Burns involved with the Brazilians. Zivalevsky has turned queens up. Garignani has just turned the queen, and Cale's got ideas maybe with this ace of spades.
Yeah, Cale is a player who seems to have a lot of ideas. Watching him in the booth.
I don't know how good this one is, considering he's up against queens and sixes.
Well, I mean, you know, you can't always evaluate the idea, you know, based on the cards we see that the other players have. I think what he's thinking is this ace of spades blocks a pretty big class of hands that might not fold to a check raise in terms of nut flush draws. And, you know, with the ace overcard, if somebody continues with top pair of kings or 2 pair like Yuri does, you know, he has a deuce or an ace to improve. So
Garignani out of the way. Clean river here, and now Cale's bloated this thing to a buck 12, and he is unimproved.
Yeah, and now he has to decide whether or not he wants to bluff a diamond.
Not table 5.
You know, how often does Yuri make diamonds? He probably figures not too often. Yuri probably has a made hand of some kind. But, you know, can I get king jack to fold? Can I get a 2 pair to fold? If so, what do I need to bet?
No.
And go to play poker. It's 20 big blind.
Cale trying to work it all out. Yuri.
Linus.
So Cale gives up, and Yuri decides to go for value. I mean, this is a spot where Cale definitely can't come with call. If he wants to try to bluff to win this pot, I think he pretty much needs to go for
I had to do it.
a big check raise.
So I busted the tournament as well.
But that's a very ambitious play. He also doesn't even have a good diamond blocker.
I don't like this rule.
But he's thinking about it. He's gone into a time bank.
Garignani opened the button with a limp. Kale completed the small. Yuri said run it. The king 6 deuce 2 diamond board was checked around. Then on the turn, we saw Kale check. Yuri's 8K bet was flatted, and then Kale shot it up to 40, which Yuri promptly called. And now on the river, Kale's check draws the bet of 75K from Zivalevsky. Burns lays it down. Yuri will happily collect the spoils.
You just bought in, right?
All things considered, interesting value bet
Business
for
as
that
usual.
size on the river by Yuri. Definitely slightly on the ambitious side. Like versus a range that Kale has that can check raise turn 3 ways for value, and then checks river on a diamond. I mean, there's definitely going to be bluff give ups that Kale has that likely don't call you. I mean, I guess Yuri's kind of hoping Yale has like a top pair of kings that, you know,
Food is coming, right?
how many of those hands check raise turn? I think that's what he's targeting. It's an interesting bet.
Come second, but still fantastic.
It's always
Well,
interesting when
well
guys make
Thanks.
kind of
Yeah,
thin
it
plays.
was not a bad run.
Yeah.
I'll take second place.
Burns trying his hand at another ace deuce. Dvoris out of the big blind with ace 9. He will defend. And the flop. Paired, queen high. Kale mulling things over with 37,000 in the middle. Does not follow through. 3 of clubs on the turn. Boris checking one more time. 9 still plays. Last check, and then somehow one of the 2 remaining aces in the deck show up on the river. No, Dvoris content to check, and a lot of that will be designed to maybe induce some hands that don't have an ace in them to try to represent Ras.
Yeah, he definitely would like to get Kale to bet. Maybe thinking Kale has more ace X, so let's let Kale maybe try to bluff sometimes. Because the times he doesn't have ace X, maybe he bluffs.
$22,000 the bet. Dvoris flicks in the call, and we'll have a rather uneventful chop. Daniel Dvoris with career Triton earnings north of 6.3 million, courtesy of 13 cashes. Yet to win a title, though. Finished second in the 150K short deck, the final event he played in Madrid. That was a 1 bullet. No rebuys.
Strong player. A sit-and-go background.
That's something that lends itself nicely to playing smaller fields, I would imagine.
Yeah, and just obviously tournaments in general. I mean, sit-and-goes. A lot of shorthanded play. You know, final table type simulations. A lot of bubble type, more even, you know, usually sit-and-go bubbles are oftentimes more extreme than even MTT bubbles. So I would imagine that Dvoris has a very strong mind for ICM. always love to see, you know, when we get in those situations on the bubble and the final table and you talk about, oh, this player's making this adjustment, maybe it's for ICM because he's deviating from a standard play. Dvoris is a guy who I would watch really closely in those spots to see the deviations he's making in particular, because I would imagine he's sharper than most.
7-4 for Lolliger, the defender, out of the big here against Cale Burns, who's at it again, this time with ace-queen, and a check back on the 9-8 trade board brings a jack on the turn, giving Burns a gut shot straight draw. Same story for Lolliger. He's got the bad end, though.
And this size makes it a little uncomfortable for ace-queen.
25K into 35. Burns makes the call, and the river pairs Lolliger 7. Border was straight out there, though.
Very interesting card. If Lolliger checks this over, I feel like Burns is very reasonably likely to bluff this. Ace high, no pair. He doesn't have that many unpaired combos, and he's unblocking spades. But Lolliger might also decide to bluff this combo. Okay, he doesn't. I expect Cale to bluff this a decent amount, and usually when I'm in the booth saying I think Cale might bluff here, I mean he's done it almost every time, so sooner or later he's going to pass the spot. I say he bluffs, but so far it hasn't happened. It's not that easy for him to have no pairs here, and he would love to get one pair to fold.
55.
Yeah, I like it, Cale. I like this bluff. Makes a lot of sense, and I really don't see how Linus can call here with a 7. That would be a pretty insane call.
But if he doesn't give Cale credit for a 10,
sure.
Is there a way to do something heroic here?
I mean, Cale could be betting, you know, a good 2-pair here, 2-pair plus. But yeah, no, I mean, sometimes you take some of your worst kind of checks and turn them into check-raise bluffs. We've seen players do this consistently, so
You called me with a 7?
he could do that. Oh my goodness, he called with a 7.
I got a fucking 7.
Yeah.
Wow.
It didn't.
Lolliger flicks the call in there,
Just pure give up the river.
and
Winner
Burns
stole.
Boy, you.
feeling the sting and the disrespect of that.
Yeah. Damn. What a call by Linus. Oh man. I mean, here's the
Linus
thing
love.
that we're getting to watch.
To call.
Was looking for king queen.
I mean, Linus is one of the best
On the better one.
cash game players, and now we're getting to
I
see
wouldn't
some
know
of
that if
this
I think he has a
post-flop
7 when he
mastery
calls.
that comes with being one of them.
Someone
Like, he's one of the most respected and feared
He's
no-limit
Linus
cash
love.
game players today.
He loves to call.
And it's because of calls like that, let's
Fold.
be honest.
I got to tell you, we're nowhere near that feature table, and I'm feeling like I caught a glancing blow to the nether regions there after that call. I feel the pain. My goodness, the 7 just flatting.
14.
I'll tell you what, circle that one if we find Linus and Cale in another pot moving forward, because while I know these guys understand the importance of having a goldfish-like memory and letting things go, that one felt slightly personal. I know it was just a situation, but you start to feel like, really, bro? Where's the respect? Like, the 7? You called me with a 7? Ace King, meanwhile, for Dvoris here, makes it 14,000 to go from the button. Lolliger flatted from the small blind with the 10-9. And flops not one but 2 10s as he makes trips. checks it.
All right.
Boris's check back allows an 8 rather to roll off on the turn.
Yeah, and Linus needs to decide how to proceed to get money in the pot. How he wants to play his range.
14.
14.
He's going to come with 30%. A nice little bet size here that can build the pot. There's a lot of value hands much weaker than this that like this size, like 8x for 10s and 8s. Some value, get value for your hand, or just really any 2 pair. It's a size that you know, ace high calls a bunch, especially ace king, ace queen, ace jack, with 2 overs to the 8, and which is amazing for 3 10s because obviously those hands are drawing dead. Now the river club. Both players have a club in their hand. My guess is Linus probably value bets here rather than check.
68,000 in the middle.
Yeah. And he's coming with 3rd pot. Which is an interesting size. I wonder if he's trying to maybe induce some raises from like the type of hand Dvoris has, where it's like he has a club and will try to rep a flush. And I would guess Linus is not folding this combo with 3 10s and a club himself.
And Dvoris does keep him honest, flicking in the call with that
Yeah.
ace-king. So Lolliger cobbles 14K on the turn and 23 on the river, picking up back-to-back pots and
Could I just
getting
get
himself a
green
nice
tea
start.
and a cup of ice?
Yeah, like a merge. Like you can get value bet, you can get called by the ace high. Maybe you sometimes get someone to try to bluff you.
Latte, ice latte. No. No caffeine for anybody else.
Lolliger shy of the average stack of 395,000 to start the hand, and now with 409,000, finds himself on the right side of it.
Be careful when you squeeze your cards. I didn't see.
Getting a glimpse into how Linus
If I want to look, I could have looked for sure.
earned those 10 million plus of Triton winnings.
All the online
Remember that time you called with a pair of 7s on
Yeah.
the Jack 9 8 7 board? That was...
And had Kale scratching his head. I should pure check the ace queen. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess you're getting called with a pair of 7s.
I don't know. I thought it was a great bet. I thought the 55K, the pot was his.
I like it. I
Okay.
see it. Linus made a pretty outstanding call. You gotta just take your hats off sometimes when a guy calls you there, you know.
Dvoris choosing to 3-bet the Zivalevsky Open. King 9 suited. Yuri, Queen Jack offsuit. Lays it down. Remember that time Linus called with a pair of 7s?
Yeah, but it was the
so
4 kicker
nasty.
though.
It was so nasty. Well, we take a moment to remind you that GG Poker is our official online poker partner, and it is where you qualify for Triton events, as 3 players did in event number 1. Stay tuned for more opportunities to work your way into a Triton Series event, courtesy of the satellites at GG Poker. I'm just gonna put it out there, man. If I'm in Cale Burns' seat and a dude flicks a call in with a pair of sevens there, the rest of my day is ruined. Like, I don't have the ability to shake that off for
to move on
for a long time. I'm here at the desk. I lost 0 chips in that pot, and I can't get past it. It was so nasty.
It was. Double L getting it done.
Double H, meanwhile, limping from the small, defending Triton main event champ from Madrid, and Rick Eklund. Dane.
Garagani has the type of hand that at 15 blinds or so likes to attack the limps and decides to do it. Big little offsuit. Little blocker effect. Kind of polarize the range a little bit. Easy fold to a check jam.
Ace deuce into the muck, and now Lolliger begins to emerge as on the active side. Ace 6 suited.
And we might see some double L, double H action here. Just call. Ooh.
What's your Eklund?
Like 255.
Is King 5 suited? Feel to you like it
No, he's gonna. I
might
think he's
have an
gonna
idea?
call. No, just call.
Great
Great
150,
price.
250, 275, like 280.
I mean, 5, like 7.5 to 1 or something.
The first one was mine.
Jack high rainbow board. No
Oh,
pair
maybe I would-
anywhere.
yeah.
Ace 6 in the lead.
Green tea with ice, doesn't mean. Do you have any
check?
small change? To give?
Linus, though, with the no backdoor flush draw, probably checks this combo more than if he had clubs, spades, or diamonds here. And yeah, it comes with checking.
Thanks. Give me 1 second. I'll give you two.
Eklund in position. Feel like you can go either way with that. Bangs out the turn. Now he's got the best hand. Well, he had the best hand, but now it's going to be a little more clear to him that he has the best hand. He's
Made the pair, but of course Burns, having turned the open-ender, will ask the question of the boys.
yeah.
Firing
Let's bet.
30.
Let's bet. Let's get better king and ace highs to fold. Maybe even put pressures on 3 or 4x potentially. But I think ace 6 here is just too much hand, especially versus the big blind, who, yeah, can definitely have straights and some hands like that, but can also have, 5x's. And that's a very bad card for Hecklin. It's a lot of the semi-bluffs that Kale has got there, and you can see the one he did improved.
Garignani is a stone-cold chemist in the coffee streets. You see that swirl? Meanwhile, of course, this is a disastrous river. Eklund now up against that 6 high straight.
11.
And look at the smile. He's enjoying that. He's making me want one of those ice mochas.
I don't know that I've ever seen someone enjoy a coffee on the level that Pedro Garignani is right now. Can we get that shot again?
Yeah.
Let's,
He was like, wow, I
there it
stirred
is.
that just right.
Look at, I mean, just the technical. Look at the consistent stir, a small sip, and then we return for even cooling. I've been doing coffee all wrong, Ras. Let me get that out there right now. As Hecklin ends up flicking in the call, downsized 11K bet. Might have been asking for Double H to make a move.
You're supposed to do something else. I mean, when you see that hand, it's a good call.
Woe to the fools playing poker against this man. just imagine the work he puts into poker after seeing
I gotta be honest.
the precision he puts into the coffee drinking.
I don't know
Sorry.
if there was any
Everyone
coffee
knows your fault. He knows
scenes
what-
No,
in any of the Silence of the Lambs trilogy,
I can
but
actually win.
certainly Hannibal Lecter would be a candidate to drink coffee in that manner.
Good call.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
He really stole the show. I mean, that pot was pretty interesting, but
Brazil.
once I saw the coffee, that was unbelievable.
I mean, let's not oversell that pot. It was all right.
Well, compared to the way that Gargnani was handling his latte, it was a stone cold dust. You kidding?
It's not a good call for me. It's a terrible call for me.
I might actually,
All right.
if he polishes that coffee off, I might just start
That's what you
quietly
should say then.
sending
Terrible
anonymous
call.
coffees
And
over to
then
that
it's like,
table
makes
just to
sense
keep
for
the
both
party
of them.
going.
Just say
Yeah.
fuck you. Just take him right into the streets immediately. If you go back in time, I bet big polar.
What was more impressive, Linus's call with the sevens or Gargnani rewriting the script on coffee drinking?
The call with the sevens.
I love that you actually took a moment to put a calculus in on that.
But
Now,
the coffee drinking was more entertaining, though.
Pedro limping, and we've seen a little bit of this. See, like now, Kale, this is just, what are we doing? It's not the way to do it, Kale. Ask Pedro to your right. He'll show you. But Rest, I'm trying to figure out this limp strat that I'm kind of seeing in the early going seems to be thematic
Well, we're not too early yet, and
of today's coverage.
oh yeah, and I mean, you know, he's got what, sub 20 blinds, so you know, a lot of just modern poker theory with the pre-flop solutions. You know, sub 20 blinds, you start limping. It's a way to, I think, maximize EV. Lets you play a few more hands, mix it up, and you get the added bonus that there are a number of players that don't play well versus that because they're not as used to playing against it. Now, I'm not really sure I would. While that might be true globally, maybe not at this table. This table's kind of filled with killers, so I'd imagine they know how they're going to play versus
30
limps.
centimeters shorter.
But that doesn't mean it's wrong to do. That's just an
Doesn't bother me.
extra
Huh?
exploitive
Doesn't
reason why limping might be even better.
Just
But,
keep it in your pocket.
You know,
always
it's
comes
part of
out,
the
it always
GTO
falls off and
solution,
I guess
regardless
I'll
of
move around in stretches, so I guess that
whether or
makes
not
it
you get any
easier.
exploitive advantage.
Well, Gargnani did end up firing in position with just king high and taking that pot. Now Hecklin, ace deuce suited, more on the conventional side of the spectrum, opening to 13,000. Gargnani with king queen suited.
Yeah, it's. I wonder what he's going to come with here. Maybe flat.
Indeed.
Yeah, I think had these positions
Can you put your
shifted
second
later,
place?
we might see him 3-bet or just jam, kind of like 20 blinds. But I think versus the UTG +1, starts to be here in the hijack. This hand likes limping. Oh, and Kale with the mystery card along with that ace.
Yeah, very relevant is that side card. Kale Burns shoots it up to 40K. Makes the decisions behind his hand a little easier. Hecklin
I'll look away so I don't see
concedes.
And this is kind of a tough spot for Pedro here.
I probably could have seen them.
Before I could have seen if I wanted, so.
I mean, you know, when you fold this, you basically have like the
I'm gonna try to
best
squeeze him off this hand.
unpaired hand you fold here.
No problem.
So, yeah, it's one of those spots where I think he's going to call C3 and got about a 1 stack to pot ratio.
27,000 of his 113 back deposited, and disappointingly are rewarded with a 9 high 2 heart board, which does rate to be a good one for Burns.
Yeah, very bad one for Pedro, and one he's likely to not put any more chips in on. I mean, unless Kale comes with like a 10K bet or something.
Bet 21.
Alright, what's this, ready? Ready?
Yeah, you're just like,
I've added cryptography to the game where you're not supposed to know people's cards. Drawing stuff.
Kale c-bets and takes it. Selfishly, I wanted Pedro before calling pre-flop to bring the coffee out.
Yeah.
Give us a tank stir. Meanwhile, a look at the counts here at this table. Yuri Zivalevsky, all the way up to 165 bigs, is now second overall in the field, still trailing Talal Shakurchi by a good amount. Rob Young third, Jean-Noel Torel, who was in the lead to start, is fourth. Gargnani, the shorty here, with 92,000.
when the rate like right. Oh, yeah. One more level. You used quite a bit yesterday, I think.
Yeah, I did. I had a top
Like, very good.
Yeah, just during that pot. All right, everything's good. I know my hand. Card protector on it. Boom, we're going to the flop. Just
Alright, we're gonna have
grab
a
the
red
coffee
this time, okay?
and just, instead of sitting there with the hands on the rail, just doing the stir.
Actually, I'd
Watch
love
his opponent.
I'd love a
Well,
stare
then
and
it's not in the
stir,
hand, so.
Yeah.
where you just
No,
lock
it's
up
good
with
shit.
Kale
That's good shit. There we
in an
go.
amorous glance, and then,
Everybody's seen that shit.
you know,
No fucking
the
chance.
RPM, it's not high
No.
on the stir. It's,
No.
you know,
He doesn't want complete 100% mixture. He wants like most. You could still see like a color gradation on the way up. All right. This man is a scientist.
he really, I told you, straight up chemist in the coffee
Yeah.
streets for sure. There might be barista on the resume somewhere. Meanwhile, Yo Viral from the big will defend with 8-9. Unfortunately for him, he is dominated by the 10-9 suited of Henrik Eklund, which opened for a second straight time and turns into a flush draw on an ace-high board.
Me, you, and Adamo have to be pretty high up there.
Well, from the pros. Yeah.
Or just from in general. Yeah, I guess from the...
Oh, yeah. People don't
Johan
like it.
has
general,
checked it
there's
over
it
to
does
Henrik with 35,000 in the middle.
You don't want to bluff in this tournament.
There's some people that you can't bluff them on the flop. Or pre-flop.
Eklund bets
I
12
mean,
and
on the
takes
river,
it,
did you not
somewhat
want to bluff?
predictably.
Yeah, probably a Dama. It's up there.
He's up there.
Yo Viral,
Me
of
and you trying to
course,
find reasons
will
for
need to
them
finish
to be
third
bluffers.
or better in this
Or is it
event just to
charging
break
the
even on
Tried already,
massages.
It didn't work
Huh?
twice. Tried against a Dama already, twice.
Maybe third's a
I'll
little
try it
rich.
against you a few times.
$2 a minute, Rast. Do the math. How many levels do we play? I mean, he's like wall-to-wall rub down.
I just have to make sure.
Guess if we
Need to do a
start
sample. Let's see what I'm holding.
afternoon, we end.
Alright, it's good.
What's a full day of massages to them?
Yeah,
120.
you're probably overdoing it slightly.
It's
Oh,
$2 a minute usually.
About $1,000
I'll
bucks
put this in the box.
without tip for 8 hours. It's not cheap.
No.
13.
Those ladies are earning some paper.
I had to drop a pregame elbow into Patrick Antonius's left trap. Our boy was spazzed out.
I'll try not to accidentally start.
Oh,
We
yeah.
go, yeah, we go back far enough. It wasn't weird.
Okay.
We did catch some eyeballs,
It's
in
okay.
particular from those who are licensed to be here and get paid for that act.
Yeah.
But I was like, you guys are all busy.
Ooh.
Spicy one for Burns. As his King 10. The opener pre turns into a full house.
He hits not one, not two, but all three cards on the flop to make a full. And Hecklin has the ace of clubs working for him. So
He will continue to that downsized 6K bet. Now, an improvement for Burns, and in more ways than one. He goes from tens full to kings full, but a double paired board could continue to maintain interest from Hecklin.
yeah, and Hecklin might decide to call down. I'm assuming Burns. I mean, normally he keeps betting. Maybe he doesn't want to bet king 10 specifically because he'd rather bet his kings that don't have a 10 in it.
He's just got such a stranglehold, too much of a deck.
Like if I down bet my king X's on the flop and hit this king, I prefer to bet the ones that don't have a 10 because it increases my chance of opponent having a 10 and potentially calling me twice. That would be my read on his turn check back there.
And perhaps some induction on the river, but with ace high, might have thought Hecklin would just check, maybe try to get the showdown or pick off a bluff. Instead, he is betting 6K.
Yeah, I mean, it's the minimum. It's you know, he's going like B15 or something, which is, it's not that different than checking. One big blind. He doesn't want to get raised. But that's what's about to happen.
And doesn't want to face a bigger bet, perhaps. The blocker.
55. Right. 55.
Burns, of course, shoots it up.
And Ali, do you remember that hand where Linus called with a pair of sevens?
I do.
Oh, okay, just checking.
It has been mildly displaced by that hand where Garignani brought a sociopathic stir to his latte.
We don't have to give that negative connotation. There was beauty in that. You know?
I actually, the next time we're on camera, I'm gonna have a coffee in my hand. I'm gonna stir it in that same way.
And Hecklin not altogether done with this pot here. I mean, I think in addition to the fact that he is beating bluffs and has a bluff catcher, it's also the fact that Kale's a man who bluffs, I'd say, more than most players in this tournament. Just watching the coverage so far, he's unafraid to fire bluffs in good spots. As I even said previously, not that long ago, on the ace-queen hand, I'm like, pretty much every time I'm like, this looks like a decent bluff spot, Kale just takes it.
Hecklin made the call with this ace, Rast.
Yeah, and
I'll tell you what, I think, you know, Burnsy's willingness to kind of get frisky, and I think it's been established, might have a little something to do with Hecklin. I mean, you know the guy's paying attention out there.
Yeah.
Some player dependence.
I mean, you see a guy who bluffs a lot, and when you can beat bluffs, and it's a spot where you're kind of repping, oh, I have a pretty big hand or a bluff, you get curious.
That was an expensive bout with curiosity for Hecklin. He is now down to 137,000. Not the shortest stack at the table, however, as Johan and Garignani share those duties.
And you'll notice Kale chose a size of 55,000, which perhaps coincidentally was the same amount he bluffed off to double L. So he just might have just wanted that 55K back.
That's interesting. Maybe subconsciously?
Yeah, I doubt it was conscious. But subconscious, like, who knows what's going on in there? There's all these crazy thoughts stirring around.
You just arrived today? Just for a short duck.
No, I got it in 2 days ago.
King 5 deuce here as the Brazilians do battle. Zivalevsky was the opener. Gargnani defended and checks facing the
Couldn't come
min
early,
bet.
unfortunately.
Another kind of theme emerging at this table. The min bets, some limpers. It has a couple of different things than we've seen, different looks than we've seen.
No.
Gargnani just steps away with the ace-7, understandably.
Yeah, it was the min bet that was making him think about it. Feel like he probably ended up deciding, wow, this is maybe the worst hand. I'm gonna pretty close to the worst hand. I'm gonna fold to the min bet,
I mean,
but still gonna do it.
For me.
it's a mixed game. Like East for sure.
Oh yeah, you play a lot of mix, right? Like
Yeah.
you play like Raz and all that shit.
Oh, yeah. I mean, not all, because in Vegas they have like a lot of hybrid games that
Right,
I
right.
play with. Like the regular 8 game I play.
Ace-10 suited for Dvoris. He'll open.
You play mixed games here, Rio.
Yeah, yeah.
Didn't know. In Vegas.
I used to play online, and then nowadays I'm just studying, not playing as much as I'd like to.
The 8-game games, or?
Yeah, mostly, yeah.
Oh,
What is that?
Then I also
All in now from Yo Viral off of 2 Black Kings in the cutoff. Gargnani with
yeah, single
the
draw,
ace-jack, which might be time for a coffee stir, if I'm being honest.
This one you would like. I don't know if you already
I think
played.
I heard the good stuff about 57 triple
Come
draw.
on, why wrap the
pretty
rail
good
with
as
your
well,
fingers when the latte summons?
Single is like easier to solve.
Yeah.
3 streets, no limit.
Yeah.
This is so unsatisfying, Rast. Oh, well, if you thought we were unsatisfied, wait until Gargnani gets a peek at this king-king, and he's going to realize another ace is in the muck if Dvoris shares
Oh, no.
his holding. The only good news for Yo Viral is if the bad beat comes in, he's still alive, but he will have vapors. Jack high flop with 2 diamonds. Dvoris would have flopped a nut flush draw. Turn is clean for the Kings. Gargnani needs an ace or a jack on the river. Instead, it's a deuce. And another one falls. Oh, yeah, no. I just polished it off. Meanwhile, in progress, pot between Ben Tollerine and Alex Panakovs. Alex with that deep run and really nursed a super short stack through the money bubble and beyond to get to the final table of the Coin Rivet 200K. He would ultimately finish in 4th place. And here he is in 2nd place against a pair of 7s. Tollerine betting 11,000 here with the 4-liner on the board into 38. What sort of classification of bet is this?
I mean, it could perhaps be again I'd imagine the type of bet where it's a smallish river bet. He's hoping to get some value. I mean, it looks like this was a button raise versus small blind flat without really any post-flop betting. It might have gotten checked all the way down, looks like, based on the size of the pot. So at this point, despite there being a one-card straight, pair of sevens good kicker probably feels pretty good about being the best hand, but...
Well, I got you, Rasty. It was 13K open from the button by Panakovs. Tolerine flatted from the small, as you mentioned. Both players check that 8-7-4-2 diamond flop on the turn. Same story, and here on the river, Tolerine.
So just some value.
Fired the 11,000, and yeah. Now, Rast and I did just receive a couple of iced mochas here at the desk, and I got to tell you, I'm approaching my daily iced mocha in a totally different way today. I didn't have sufficient cubage in the beverage to go full Gargnani, but I'm kind of...
And they were already quite mixed when we got them, so there wasn't much room for that.
It's almost
kind of
blended.
Yeah, it was blended. I know it's disappointing, Ali.
Well, you know, like a wine noob wouldn't stir their red wine, allow it to breathe and open up before drinking it. I feel like this whole time I've been guilty of being a Java noob. Blind versus blind here between Chikurchi and Greenwood. 6K ahead. Greenwood with the gutter.
And Chikurchi with the gutter.
Yeah, a little oversight on the part of yours truly.
So on a limped pot, Chikurchi's gonna start firing away with 4 high, no showdown value. He's the tournament chip leader by a decent margin here with the 1.3.
Queen on the turn now, smacks Greenwood for top pair. Third spade.
And Talal with the decision here about whether or not to double barrel. The queen actually slightly better card for his range, and that Greenwood shouldn't have a ton of queens, queen X, but obviously queen 8 and queen 7 in there. But Talal also just 4 high, no spade, is not compelled to continue bluffing and decides to essentially give up. I feel like this should just be a pretty fast check fold on his part. Usually Talal also doesn't take too long to make decisions, in my experience playing with him. Oh, wow, but he's... Yeah, okay.
Did seem for a second like maybe you had an idea, didn't it?
I mean, there's only one idea there other than fold. It's check raise.
Yep.
A check call seems really out there with the 4 deuce.
Talal 1.26 million, over 200 bigs. The chip leader at our other feature table, just shy of $1 million now, is Yuri Zivalevsky, the second largest stack in the room. As 53 players remain. Some late regs, bringing the number up from the 50 it was at to start. And the chip leader goes to work on the button with ace-5. And Greenwood will again be a customer with ace-10.
Yeah, 30 blinds here. I think we see a pretty good chance of a 3-bet. versus a wide button opening range. Doesn't have to, though. Yeah. Let's try to get a little value.
$39,000, the sizing here.
Yeah, this is a hand strong enough that you want to attack the button opening range. You have a large equity advantage. You're happy being called. Wow, and Talal comes with the kind of a bluff 4-bet shove.
Yeah, I don't think we anticipated that, but Greenwood certainly was prepared for it.
Yeah.
When
Makes
he
no
gets in.
qualms calling, just snaps it. Ooh, and a 5 right in the window.
Gut punch for Sam Greenwood as Talal side card binks the flop. The turn is safe, and now a 10 alone would save Greenwood. Instead, an 8 hits, and Greenwood, classy, takes it on the chin.
The rich get richer.
Painful. As we come back and find Henrik Hecklund with ace-king being bullied off of it by Kel Burns, who went to work with a king-7 there. See if we can bring you the action. It was Henrik opening to 12,000. Kale called. Linus called. The Jack-8 deuce board. 2 checks, then Kale fired. Henrik was the only caller as Linus got out of the way. Hecklund then checked and then folded the turn, where we caught up with things.
Fold.
168.
They play the final table today.
Now what?
You know if they play the final table today?
They play until the final table today.
It'll be a long day.
Linus
47 minutes in regular fun.
limps in.
It's 25 blinds or so.
I think it would be like
A hand that could maybe 3 or 3.5x here.
Play till like 2:30 in the
Also just check back.
morning. 3 or something.
well.
I mean, they're at least going to play until the final.
Oh, they're
Yeah.
definitely doing that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's gonna
Look
be
at
long
Johan
regardless because
off of that 25 big blinder stack, just saying,
This is 50k outside.
let me put this 10-4 to work. Don't want to have to see a flop and play against Linus.
Going 5x.
is there,
50k hyper turbo.
He wasn't so deep.
Oh, right, there is a turbo.
Yeah.
Single day.
But I think it's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow.
Today?
it's,
apparently 4 o'clock.
I mean, it'll probably actually start up.
And then
at
they'll probably
6,
stop Red Joe
but-
at 8 or something when
it'll
most people
happen.
busted.
Yeah.
That's smart. It's actually pretty smart.
I saw that in the schedule, yeah.
Ace-9 suited on the button for Linus. And more limping rest.
Yeah, now Linus is pretty deep, but both of the blinds aren't. And again, we're seeing in a spot where you got these, you know, I mean, Hecklund in the big blind with only 16 big blinds or so. Players employing a limping strategy at the short blinds. Oh, and Johan really going for it pre-flop here.
Second straight pot that he's decided to raise out of the blinds.
And he's taking some big sizings. I mean, last time was 5x versus the small blind limp, and this time is nearly 8x.
course, trouble this time, as Henrik Eklund has decided king-queen is enough for him to shove over Johan.
And
Every now and again, it doesn't work. So Yo Viral dominated heading to the flop, which is ace 7-4. Eklund sitting pretty. Suddenly both players hit the king on the turn. Opportunity, but the ace not the card that would allow it as the queen kicker continues to play, and Eklund will double through Yo Viral.
One of those where you have to confirm for a second that it's not a shot. Like I know it's not, but like when it pairs.
And that is going to leave Johan very short rest. I think he's got the sense, based on what he's seen, not just in this event, but events in this series to this point, and clearly some familiarity with Linus, that this guy's just opening a lot of pots, and he's not necessarily trapping, and he's just got all manner of hands. So this 8x should clear a really good chunk of Linus's range and then allow me to just pick up the dead money. But of course, when Henrik in the big, off of a short stack of his own, wakes up with the king-queen, you have yourself an issue.
that might be part of it. He might also feel like he's got a tight image, which would align with some things that I've seen as a bit of a nit, and that, you know, maybe I'm going to be able to get away with speeding a little bit as well.
Yeah.
Eklund with the freshly minted stack. Limps against Kale. Says, let's run it. His queen 9 suited turns into an open ender on the paired flop. Eklund very far removed from this texture. And occasionally that prompts the bet as opposed to the check, as we see here. Suddenly the 5 on the turn binks Eklund after Burns makes the call, and he's got the lead.
Yeah, I mean, Eklund can't ask for much more than this, having bet with absolutely nothing. It is one of those things where you might have been done, and now all of a sudden he went from just bluffing with no pair, no draw, and no showdown to having a little something. So what do I do?
Well, he decides to check it. Kale will check back to realize equity as opposed to try to bluff, and in turn, he now makes the best hand by hitting one of his cards for a better 2 pair.
Yeah, and Eklund now kind of deciding, do I want to check or down bet? We saw last time the down bet, Kale raised it. So Kale might not be the person you want to do that too much against.
Thank you.
Kale's going to find a value bet here. I think a queen is too strong to do anything else. Tough spot for Eklund. I mean, versus the call flop check back range. I mean, you're only beating a bluff with the 5 here for value on the queen river. You don't think ace high value bets. So you're kind of going to have to find a hand like 9 high or king high or 8 high that bluffs. So you can find some bluffs, but that queen does fill in a lot of the other types of hands that might play this way, such as queen 9, king 9, etc. So, yeah, you're beating some hands, but is it enough? Now, Kale is a guy who, when he does get to river with, you know, clear bluffs, he bluffs quite a bit, but yeah, and I guess just enough that he's just getting called every time. Nobody folds to Kale. You either have it or you don't.
Second time Hecklin's been a non-believer on the river there. That texture didn't rate to be real good for him, did it? Just one of those stone cold, stop it. That was a stop it call.
Yeah.
But the thing is, he's just had it both times now.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen three river pots here. He didn't have it once, he had it twice.
Well, you remember that time Linus called him
Yeah.
with the pair of sevens?
Yeah, that I do. That was the time he didn't have
I don't
it.
mean to laugh, but holy smokes.
You played yesterday, catch game out there?
No, didn't go.
It's like taking an egg beater to someone's brain, that call.
It didn't slow him down, though. Well, I
No.
guess we haven't seen him in a bluffing spot yet, but
If you're wondering what that outburst is, we've got Mustafa Kennett at one of the main event non-featured tables. Something tells me he won that pot, Rast.
he's kind of loud. He was loud in the 200K as
Yeah,
well.
he was. Meanwhile, Loud is 2 jacks, which are 3 betting. Over the top of this Laszlo Boitas min-raise open with the blinds at 4 and 8,000 under the gun to 16. Turns into 40 as Buldigan might get it all here.
Yeah, I mean, Boitas, he has 20 blinds. This is going in. You know, you raise up the ace-king off, and someone 3-bets you. You're like, well, I got the medicine to fight back this time.
Yep.
But, yeah, you prefer to see unpaired hands, obviously, because you can't. You're either chopping or ahead. But yeah, the pairs, well, now you got to win as a small dog.
To the flop they go, and an ace in the window is bad news for the Russian. Boitas way out in front. Board pairs on the turn. And now Buldigan is jack fishing. And he gets no nibbles.
159.
Big chunk of his stack will be delivered to the Hungarian. Laszlo's watch is complete fire, by the way. Just for those timepiece enthusiasts out there. Don't sleep on that one. Well, on the topic of time, Laszlo Boitas timed it right with ace king against 2 jacks, level with Alex Ponikov's 42 bigs. As everybody's just a supporting cast member in the Talal Shakurchi show at this feature. Vyacheslav Buldigan down to sub 20 blinds.
Bye.
Shakurchi on the button. King 10 suited. Something tells me he doesn't need that much hand to open off of the stack that he's got, but he'll take it. And now, ducks for Boitas out of the big, the newly minted 320K plus.
Yeah, he's gonna go duck hunting.
Кем ты закончил этот?
Grab an orange vest and some buckshot.
Хорошо или нет?
52K in the middle.
Nope.
And the ducks are out flopped. But that board texture with the pair can sometimes keep the deuces interested.
Yeah, sure. It's deuces is tough here because you know, literally everything your opponent has decent equity versus you at this point.
And the coordinated nature of the side card doesn't help either.
I mean, the bet is small though, and obviously deuces is ahead of a lot of hands, so makes sense that Lasso continues here versus a wide button range. And yeah, I'm not surprised at all that deuces finds a check raise. It's one of those things where, yeah, you figure to have the best hand sometimes. There's a ton of hands with overcards that you get to fold. You know, even something like 8-6, 8-7. Maybe you even get hands like King X if it's small and no backdoor flush draw. So, you know, getting called here, probably a good chance Boitas shuts it down. You know, especially on a card like that now fills in a bunch of potential hands on the flop that call you, like King 9, Ace Jack, Ace King. Yeah.
Boitas checks again.
A pretty reasonably played hand by Boitas. And Twal just kind of has to decide what to do here with 3 pair. You know, do I go ahead and bet? I think this is, again, for almost that same reason as the last time on the King 10 where it was King, King, 10, 10. Like, maybe he should check back kings that have a 10 as well, because the biggest hand you're targeting is, you know, queens and 10s. If Boitas decided to check raise a 10, you know, now Talal sucked out with the king. So just get to the river.
River bet, 55K. We'll draw the curtain on things. Not to make a meal of it, but Talal's check back on the turn. That coordinated board like that, I mean, we're just trying to avoid the check raise with the 2 queens out there. Is that the idea with King 10?
Well, okay, so think about it. Like, when you're betting a king, kings and queens with a kicker that doesn't play.
Right.
Okay. The biggest class of hands you would be targeting is Laszlo's 10x hands that check raise the flop, right? But you have a 10 yourself. So you're kind of blocking the biggest class of value hands that you're targeting with a bet there. It's very unlikely if your hand is good that you get 2 streets of value anyway. And there's a very large class of hands that might check raise that you're still losing to, such as King Jack or whatever. Those might 3-bet pre, but, you know, kicker that plays, straights, Jack 9, Ace Jack, are obviously 3 queens. And if your opponent somehow is weaker than queens and 10s, now getting hard to call because that king fills in all the obvious draws.
Sure.
So, yeah, you just add all that together and you kind of put it through the logic equation. And, you know, if you're going to bet kings and queens there, it makes all the sense in the world that, you know, if you're going to mix, one of the hands that loves check back is King 10 specifically. And that's why I alluded to it being somewhat similar from a theoretical standpoint as that previous hand where Kale checked back King 10 on King, King 10, 10. Because now he, with Kings full, is with the 10 also, is blocking a big class of hand that he wants to call him, which is 10s full. Kind of like the same idea. It's actually the same hand, King 10.
Meanwhile, Shakurchi has Queen Jack here, and he is going to give Boldigan a spin off of his last 140,000, and so far so good for the Russian, who wasn't able to hold with 2 jacks. Could get counterfeited for a chop.
How much is it? 115.
Instead, it's a king, and Vyacheslav Boldigan can breathe again.
Huh? No rebuy.
You seem happy about that.
Thank you. No rebuy.
Yeah.
Yet.
Why do you need to
Still 30 minutes.
You called because you wanted more prize pool, yeah?
Bulligan suggesting that the Queen Jack call of
Thank you.
such a big shove, not necessarily in relation to Talal's stack, but
Для меня просто это.
in relation to the
Подряд
open
не
sizing, is designed to
кажется, ну все.
add another 100K to the prize pool if
Yeah.
he can send
Еду.
that 100K bullet to the showers.
Yeah, get us to the prize pool. And when you're going to win, you want the bigger prize
Yeah,
pool.
yeah, yeah.
You know?
Lose and lose every day.
And yeah, let's not sleep on Talal's chances to win here.
Maybe today.
He's a good player. Nice little hands like that King 10 check back.
When you feel like poker is brutal, you got to look at the run of the Chris Brewer.
Yeah.
It's just insane how many bubbles he got in a big binds.
He did crazy mistake. Right? Like 18.
What happened there?
You don't know?
I mean, I
I
know
will
that he
explain.
called all in with Ace Jack when he.
I will explain.
I just saw it on Twitter, but.
Conversation centering there around Chris Brewer, who certainly has had a rough go of things, not just here in the Triton event, or Triton series rather. Bubbled the 200K coin rivet. And in talking to him actually, personally, he mentioned that he didn't realize that pot where he had Ace Jack had been opened by, I believe it was Ebony Kenny,
So happy.
before
He posted
an all-in
smaller big
came.
blind.
Ebony Kenny was the jammer, and Fedor had opened the
Yeah.
pot maybe prior to her.
Still
I
there's
can't
some
remember, but
shuffling
in any case,
early.
there were two participants in the hand,
So he was very
not
happy
one.
about it. And he
And
didn't realize someone opened from MP.
there's the story.
Then button jammed.
Button jam for how much?
Like pretty much same stack, like 9 bigs, but very strong range. It was like Ebony Kenny. Against open, that the guy was opening where Pulse was sitting on a button with like 80 bigs. Or something.
So the guy was opening tight range as well.
Kind of. Not very tight, but kind of tightish than usually. So jam.
And who did jam?
Ebony Kenny.
Oh wow. Okay.
And he called on a big blind with Ace Jack because he was thinking it's open jam.
Right. And he had the same stack or like similar? A little lower?
He thought he had less, but he had 100 chip inside.
Call.
So he had slightly more, like 30K more.
Too many mistakes for a single hand, huh?
Yeah, and it's a huge
Miscount
mistake.
stack, miscount direction. It was a long day. It was like already probably 1 AM by that time. So.
Top pair turns into aces and nines on the turn here
They
as
like, feel so sorry about him.
we
I mean,
seeded,
it's just one of example, you know, he busted so many bubbles.
Yeah.
calling the flop there to allow
First time
that
tour, I
story
guess,
about
the big one.
Chris Brewer's woes on the bubble in the coin rivet to be recounted.
In 100K? Yeah, in
I think it
100K
was
Cyprus
200K.
here.
Like last year.
Yeah, okay. But there's many of
Big
those
turn, by
attacks.
the way, as Buldigan's wheel gutty is turned into a diamond draw.
Feel the same about Pietrangelo.
I mean, he
Tolerine
busted a bunch of
firing
bubbles, but at the
Shakurchi.
same time, he's, you know, winning a lot of tournaments.
Not interested in the gutter.
He's doing fine.
Yeah, and they just mentioned Nick Pietrangelo as well, who is
Yeah.
on quite the streak of like 20. He's played like 20 Triton events without cashing or something crazy, which
More.
Call.
and I guess Brewers bubbled a bunch.
Yeah, those two definitely come to mind as guys who've had a rough go of it.
Oh.
And now Buldigan hits it both ways. The wheel, but he'll go ahead and play the diamonds.
Yeah, I mean, it's not quite the deuce of hearts, but he'll take it.
And for Tolerine, how concerned is he about the backdoor diamond showing up?
I mean, I'm sure he's noticed it.
But he's going for value.
That said, aces up is strong, and
oh my goodness, no, he shuts it down, and Buldigan might feel a little bit cheated.
Yeah, it's a nice little check back from a guy who, I mean, I feel like we've very consistently seen him go for value, even quite thinly in spots with raises and whatnot. So big check back from Ben, and he's going to be. It always feels good when you dodge those, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like you have a strong hand, you're like, I feel like value betting. You just get that feeling, like, nah, I'm not going to do it this time, and boom, your opponent has it. It's like that's a great feeling. So
also a great feeling, the nut flush draw, which is exactly what Linus Lolliger has here as the ace-3 suited goes to work on the heels of the check from Yuri. And Zivalevsky will simply give up.
yeah, guys, let's not sleep on that check. It's a good check.
I'll tell you what, it's not just that it's a good check. It's the kind of check that raises some eyebrows and makes people look over and go, oh, this dude's on a little level here.
Yeah.
How many of those guys at that table can tell themselves honestly that they would have checked back aces and nines and not gone for some value in that spot? Not all of them.
Here we go. That 61K is about to find its way to the middle. Johan in the cutoff with just a clear shove for not even 8 blinds.
All in goes the Frenchman.
Yeah, I think
Burnsy will give him a spin out of the big with the queen jack off.
Flip a coin.
and you can see as the pairs get so small, the equity on the over cards go up, and that's because there's a bunch of ways to get counterfeited, although that's not possible here, obviously, flopping a set.
No, there was in fact 0 ways to win once the 3 of diamonds rolled off on the turn after Gilbert flopped a set. Good news is he's not eliminated. The bad news is he's only doubled to 134,000, which is still not incredibly deep as we continue to bounce around, and we find Ike Haxton with top pair and the gut shot straight draw up against Buldigan, who has himself kings and nines. Very coordinated, wet texture here.
Yeah, it looks like this was a single raise pot, and Ike is just going ahead and c-betting out of position. Buldigan coming with call. Got a stack to pot ratio of a little over 2 going to the turn.
Haxton was the min raise opener. Buldigan flatted the button, and we just saw that 16K c-bet get called. Clean is the turn. Backdoor diamonds have arrived.
Yeah, and Ike in an interesting spot here. His hand is good a decent amount, but doesn't have to be. He's out of position. If your hand is good and you check, your opponent probably isn't going to bet for value, so you might have to do it yourself. That said, you know, all better hands are never folding. The diamond brings in backdoor diamond draws, so there are, you know, some draws available on the flop. Dicey spot for Ike. He comes with bet. Buldigan now also has a spot where, I mean, listen, he's not folding, but he does have to decide, do I call here? There's a bunch of draws still there. If my opponent's drawing, do I let him get there? Should I raise myself? If I raise here, you know, what hands will my opponent continue with that I'm beating? You know, if kings and nines isn't good, my opponent's going to snap call me. But if I'm good and my opponent has, you know, king X, like will he call? So it's not obvious. He goes all in. And we can see Ike with a good hand, but you know, behind King 9 is not snapping it off. I'm not saying he's going to fold, but this is why Boldigan was mulling it over.
Might Haxton have considered the check in lieu of the 63K barrel on the turn?
He did, but like I said, it's hard to get value for your hand if you check it there, and you know, Haxton will think his hand is good a decent amount. So, you know, in some ways this is a bit of a cooler, especially with the 3 of diamonds on the turn.
Well, as we can see, Haxton far from drawing dead.
One of them.
And the river is a 10. Bang indeed. Haxton pipping Boldigan.
Yeah, I mean, listen, interesting hand, but all things considered, pretty standard, I would say. You know.
And you see Vyacheslav rolling his eyes, frustrated there. His jacks fell to Laszlo Boitas's ace-king. His kings and nines now, which were well ahead, falling to Ike Haxton. But neither calamity ended up sending him to the locker room. That's the good news.
Шансы были. Но успел.
Прошлая раздача, мне кажется, все окей, да. По крестям можешь смело засовывать. Там так мало флешей. Бубновые ставят, все.
Я бы
крестовый часточек.
он пихал. Там еще туз хороший просто. О, ну да. Пятыч. По спаркам это можно обсудить. Ну, навряд ли там в пункте уж большой. Shit.
Our game is interesting. You don't know how to play. Yeah, would have been great to take
King
the second
6
ace
suited now.
Then spicy.
For Shakurchi under the gun. Inadequate kit.
This is a pretty tough table we're looking at right here. And I'll tell you what, we have 2 of the greatest to ever play PLO at the same table. Ben Tollerine and Laszlo Boitas are like absolute PLO monsters. It would be a privilege to watch the 2 guys play heads up PLO, because I mean, as good as they are at this game, they're even better at PLO. So they're both here at the same table. Maybe the 2 best PLO cash players in the world.
Well, they're not exactly pushovers in Hold'em. And here
Actually,
they are.
Haxton is quite the PLO player too. So
Here they are squaring off. Boitas and Tollerine. Unpaired in both chairs on the 10-5 tray rainbow board. Boitas follows through. Tollerine considers his options.
yeah, Tollerine doesn't have the worst hand to fight with here. He's got, you know, 2 overs to the 5 along with backdoor straight and flush draws. So
Yeah, he's going to peel for 14K.
So, yeah, continuing in some form is reasonable, and he comes with call.
Oh, what a big card that is on the turn. It's the kind he might have reached into the stub and pulled out himself in terms of equity acquisition.
Yeah, probably the #1 card he was looking for. Now he has a open-ended straight draw and a flush draw, and he's going to win this pot.
2 checks. Now the board pairs on the river. Tollerine unimproved, but you are suggesting that we have a bet inbound.
Yeah, I mean, he was going to check raise turn, probably just ask for all of it if Boitas bet, and on the river with a 6 with queen high, no showdown, having check called flop and a 6 in hand, he's definitely bluffing. And it's like, I don't really see how queen jack calls. Yeah, so.
No.
Still tilting. It was aces. Ace of diamonds, second card.
Probably wouldn't win anyway. But you wouldn't win. I have the feeling that when I flip them, always ace on the button. I'm sorry.
It's okay. They're a little bit heavier from all the extra ink.
That's why. I'm sure it's selective memory, but.
А ты именно карту видел?
Haven't yet had the opportunity to call Mikita Badziakuski's name. which is a rare occurrence anytime he's at a table. Currently, he sits with just 18 bigs.
That's some good pre-flop hands.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you would win.
18.
Неприятно, ничего поделать.
Shakurchi will defend his big with the 7-8 offsuit against the Haxton suited ace open. Two diamonds, two deuces, and a king.
Когда слышу, у него есть, понятно.
Yeah, with backdoor nut hearts, overcard to the king. I think Ike finds decent amount of c-bets here. And Talal just has nothing. So let's move it right along.
Ну, не значит,
Облифуй, блин. Ну да, похож на право.
что ты блефуешь просто.
Welcome to all who might be just joining us, as we are in the early afternoon here in North Cyprus. $100,000 Triton Super High Roller Series No Limit Hold'em main event, which began yesterday. Today is day 2. We will play down to the final table, and tomorrow we will play that final table. Ali Nejad alongside Brian Rast, pleased to be bringing you today's coverage. Reminder that if you are streaming us on YouTube, by all means, subscribe and like to continue to receive free of charge the best in poker production.
And we're going to get some blind on blind action here, for sure, with these two nice little holdings.
Ace deuce suited from Shakurchi, choosing to limp. Haxton.
Going to keep it small.
Yeah, checks back with red crab. Ace 9-6, advantage Shakurchi.
Yeah, this flop, obviously, he flops the best hand, but also a flop where he has a range advantage as well as the one who voluntarily put money in the pot. And Ike checked back his option to raise. That said, heads up, blind versus blind, and with wide ranges, Haxton feels compelled with, you know, a pair, even if it's below all the ones on the board, to continue versus a small c-bet size. And we're going to go to the turn here. And the 9, a card Talal has to be worried about to a certain extent because, you know, if Haxton is continuing with all 9x, so he down bets, and versus this bet size, I'm curious what Haxton will come with. I feel like it's one of those all 3 options on the table spots. Sure. Probably fold being the least like. I don't even know versus this size. I mean, this
being laid almost 5.5 to 1 on the flat.
Yeah.
Could look to rep something. Could look to flat with the intention of trying to take it away on the river. 8 of hearts, though, does kind of slide right into a range of cards that is troublesome for these 2-3s, is it not?
Sure. I mean, obviously that hits, you know, some draws, 10-7, 7-5 for straights, and then fills in the 7-8, 10-8. So at this point, Ike has to be, it's pretty hard for him to imagine calling and winning this pot, I think. My guess is if he's thinking about continuing, it'll be as a bluff raise.
Two queens versus two jacks.
I would be a bit surprised to see him call here.
I don't need this out.
Yeah. 27,000.
I also don't think he... Oh, wow, he does call.
Talal manages to get a couple of streets out of this ace-deuce.
You know, I mean, I guess he's expecting to see probably clubs.
Yeah, the check on the flop obviously is what opened the door to that assessment.
Did the flop get
I
checked?
thought
No,
it
it
did.
got
Did it
bet.
not?
He bet 3 streets.
Did he go
Yeah,
3
but
streets
just
there?
small.
33%.
I lost my mind.
I mean, the
Perhaps?
biggest class of hand I think Ike is beating there is club hands that bet flop and then just start barreling turn
You're right.
and
It
don't
was
get there.
It was 10K on the flop and the turn that got bet. Then he clicked it up to
I
27,000.
will say the bluff raise hands should probably come more from hands like 6, 7, or whatever than threes. But threes as a call seems a little wide, but you know, Ike is demon good, so you know, I don't know.
Well, if you don't already know, the best seating in the game makes its way to the Triton series. The folks over at Secret Lab, responsible
Sixes against aces, not jacks against
Triton
queens.
Evo X, the Titan Evo X rather, 2022. I gotta say, there have been a few times where I thought to myself I could maybe get a couple of REM cycles in here
You would get in free.
as we're sitting at the desk when the jet lag takes hold on the early
Yeah.
going. Tolerine, meanwhile,
Putting in for sure.
opening to 18,000 with 2 kings.
Definitely hoping someone wakes up with something here.
Jack suited.
Talal doesn't even have something, and he's thinking about it. I mean, this 9-7 off is a pretty clear fold. But Talal, well, at least in terms of, let's call it, a GTO response to the cutoff open, but he's going to go ahead and attack. He's like, and that's not going to work out very well for him. Now, if Tolerine knew that Talal had 9-7 off, he would probably flat here. That said, he doesn't know what Talal has and has an interesting decision off of, what is that, like 45 blinds? It's a pretty reasonable stack to 4-bet because he can make it like 100K. Hope to get called by worse. Yeah. See, he's hoping to get called by worse, you know, hands like Ace-Jack, you know, Queen-Jack suited.
No
Maybe
sooner
even,
does he
maybe
say
even rebluffed.
no sooner does he say 110,000 than Talal's hand goes into the muck. And I think Shakurchi just keeping an eye on Tolerine's cutoff opens there. The 9-7 offsuit had nothing to do with it. It was just maybe this guy's trying to steal my thunder. I'm the big stack.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Talal is a person who, having watched him play quite a bit, he's just very situational. Like, he'll take hands that maybe are a little different than what a solution does in some spots,
Right.
and make some moves and attack. And the truth is a lot of that doesn't matter. I mean, if you're right, if someone's raising too much, how they react versus you, a lot of these things are much more important. And Talal is creative.
I
He's
think it's
aggressive.
important. Honestly,
Yeah.
it's a real asset in terms of being from the VIP side of the spectrum as opposed to the professional poker player side of the spectrum to have sort of that sort of broad-ranging transmission with multiple gears in it. You know, all these pros are so deep in terms of their knowledge base of one another, and obviously they're archiving experiences against the VIPs as they continue to show up at these Triton events. And if you fall into a pattern, that's going to get exploited.
Oh, sure. And listen, Talal is, even though he comes from the VIP side of things in the sense of, listen, he managed a hedge fund and, you know, has been wildly successful in the business arena. That said, he's been playing poker for a very long time. Guy plays online tournaments. His name's Raid a lot. Has had a lot of success. Even won one of the big, like, Stars Sunday Million whatever for, you know, nearly $2 million. You know,
he's no slouch. This isn't just a guy who's approaching it recreationally.
No, and actually, in you know, since Solvers has come out, he's put in some work. You know, it's not even just like, oh, you know, he just plays. He's willing to study and try to keep up with the game.
Well, Boitas keeping up with ace-9 in a major way as he outflopped Tolerine, the opener, with top pair. Here he is on the turn, having improved to a gut shot after defending the min-raise open
Ну, туз 9 крестовый еще. Туз 9.
Check called 14,000.
Я... Ну нет, это
And-
тоже фолды есть.
Now he decides to lead for 20.
And you know what, to his credit, like, there's plenty of players who we say, oh, you know, Adamo's here making this creative, aggressive play with a hand that might be a little bit off charts. Okay, great. It can be the same thing when Talal does it as well, you know? So let's give some credit to creative, aggressive play. And
On the topic of creativity, Boitas's choice to check call flop and then lead on the turn goes against the flow of play a bit.
Well, I think, you know, obviously a flop this low favors the big blind range, and the 6 is a card where, I mean, realistically speaking, Boitas has all the straights, 5-7, 5-3. He has really all the 2 pairs for the most part versus the hijack opening range. So, you know, he identifies it as a spot where he has a range advantage. It's a good turn card for him, has all the big hands. He's not going to get raised much, and he wants value for his pair of 8s.
Well, now on the river, courtesy of the arrival of the Jack, Boitas is checked and faces a bet of 85,000.
Yeah, I think Boitas probably finds a call here off the strength of his flop top pair.
Sizing's not bashful, though, out of Tallarine, and does kind of feel like a meaty value pursuit, but of course we know it's just ace high, and Boitas does find the call, as you mentioned, Rast.
Yeah. It's you can definitely find bluffs for Tallarine, and Boitas is, I mean, not at the top of his value range, but as played and with a river check, he has one of his stronger hands. 8's a huge blocker. Yeah, it's didn't even go time bank, so
professional exchange there between the boys.
It's one of those spots where when you check it on over, you're basically looking for your guy to take a stab. You're like, okay, I'm checking this in order to induce bluffs. You get the pot size bet and you're a little like, well, damn, you know, maybe I was beat, but I'm not going to change my plan just because he bet big. And maybe I'm not beating as much value. You know, you see the half pot size bet from Tallarine there and you're like, okay, great. Well, I'm beating some value hands with the 8. So
meanwhile, Badziakuski, King 10 suited, opens.
right. Ike with a little suited 8 here, but stack short enough that he just comes with call. All right, did
Haxton
Boldigan just fold 3s in the big blind?
He sure did. Haxton, the customer with ace-8 suited. Not going to be a big fan of this texture. Badziakuski, on the other hand, with the open-ender. Could certainly justify a follow-through.
That feels a bit bizarre. I mean, there was no 3-bet. He's getting like 6-1 with pocket 3s in the big blind. That feel like there must be a mistake. But I don't know.
$8K into 52. Haxton can't resist the price here. Wants to find his way to a turn.
Yep.
And that turn brings an irrelevant deuce. Does present the backdoor spades.
Yeah, when Mikita downsizes that bet so much here, such that you're encouraging, as you can see, even just like ace high with no draw, no heart to continue, not even backdoor spades, you have to wonder if Mikita doesn't have designs on multi-barreling this. So yeah, I think
40K
that
turn bet. Easy release for Haxton. Well, Badziukuski cobbling away north of 20 bigs as it stands right now. Players will be headed to a break. Haxton, second biggest stack at the table, boss among the have-nots in the Talal Shakurchi Kingdom, where he's got 1.4 million plus. And as the players head to a break, we'll bring you back to our desk here in North Cyprus. Ali Nejad alongside Brian Rast. The $100,000 main event rolling on. And some themes have emerged for me, Rast. I kind of pointed them out through that first frame of coverage. It's the limping that we've seen. I know it's situationally dependent, but it does stand out to me as something that there wasn't a prevalence of in any of the other events and any of the other coverage that you and I were a part of. And then you've got sort of these really hyper downsized bets that I'm also seeing. And I wonder if there's any reason that you might be able to assign to that, or if it's just each and every spot in which we've seen it was warranted by the hands in play and the textures.
Well, I mean, I certainly think the spots warranted it. I also think it's has to do with the players. You know, not everybody plays limping ranges in the 15, 20 big blind spots, but clearly these guys do. So we have a group of players that do that. And I do think that this one table in particular that was doing it had a group of kind of precise tournament guys who, you know, are going to try to just maximize their EV by varying their strategy and do it. And, you know, it makes sense. Nothing out of line or spectacular. Some people kind of avoid that to simplify the game tree a bit in those spots and stick with the min-raise sizings. But yeah, this was a group that delves into those weeds, very precise, a lot of great players. And yeah, we saw that the limping and the down betting.
Yeah, well, we're going to send that group off into our non-feature tables as we will bring two new feature tables to the fray. First among them will be the blue table where the boss, Paul Pua, will be back in front of the cameras. 54 big blinds for him as we take the Triton Poker Plus app.
A little limitless action.
38K, and yeah, limitless. Victor Malinowski, 76 big blinds. He is currently just a couple of clicks in front of Viktor Kudanov, who is right there in the top 10 stack range. 8th for Kudanov overall. Malinowski, 7th. The short stack at this table will belong to Hong Kong's Wayne Hyung. And Sosia Zhang, haven't had a chance to see her play yet. Did run into her a couple of times at breakfast. Very, very pleasant, very successful. Love to see the female players get into the mix. And obviously the experience in a male-dominated world that is, you know, poker in general, let alone high-stakes poker, can be a little bit different for them, and adjustments do need to be made. And, you know, the differences aren't always all beneficial. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. Luke Gilles in the mix as well, the Spaniard, Chavero.
Yeah, no, a lot of interesting players. For me, though, with Limitless, you know, already at this series here in Cyprus, he's been making a lot of interesting plays, putting people in the blender. Really cool hand with him and Patrick, where he actually bluffed Patrick off 10s with the Jack-Deuce suited. I remember just, yeah, he's a guy who you just never know exactly what to expect, so that'll be fun.
Has not yet cashed, however, Malinowski here. Just shy of 500,000 in career Triton earnings for him. Let's take a look now at the other feature table. That's where we find Patrick Antonius, who you just mentioned, sitting with 70 big blinds. He is behind Seth Davies, who will be the boss stack here with 117 bigs.
Short stack in the tournament.
Short stack's going to belong to Danny Tang with just 13 bigs. So perhaps we're going to see some patience being exercised by the middling stacks there as they await Danny Tang's procedures. Rob Young in the mix as well. Another one of these guys who can keep things interesting.
Some fun tables, Ollie.
Yeah, I'm ready to get them going. I assume you are as well. Steve O'Dwyer Also, there Artem Veshnikov, by the way, you know, we saw this guy spin up some big stacks in the earlier events. Looking at his profile, he did cash in 2 of the 4 events that he's played, the 25K and the 75K.
Not bad.
382,000 in earnings on this particular series already. So batting 500 in the 30K and the 50K, he failed to cash. You know, these are the guys that the rest of the field doesn't really have a lot of reps against. And when that tends to be the case, you can see some curiosity, perhaps some investments in calls, looking for showdowns to try to get a baseline on somebody, to try to get a sense of how much talent am I up against, how much knowledge and depth am I up against, and then make adjustments accordingly as you move forward.
Yeah, sure. Now, Veshnikov is a guy who, just watching him in the booth, having not really seen him before this stop, very clear he's a thoughtful player, knows what he's doing, seems to play pretty well. So, yeah, it's always fun to see those guys come out, and you're like, oh, it's a new face. You know, how does he play? But he's another guy. It's going to be fun to watch. And then, yeah, Rob. We got Rob. He mixes it up, got the gears. And he's got to feel happy about this Coin Rivet Invitational, which is his deal.
Yeah.
I mean, couldn't have really gone better.
No, huge
115, $23 million prize pool. So he has to be very happy with that.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Horace Way, by the way, who was also at this red featured table, did finish 14th in that Coin Rivet Invitational as one of the VIPs. So he picked up a nice 400K package. A quarter of that he was able to plunk down and play this 100K. So we were just moments away from resuming play here in North Cyprus with a couple of new feature tables, blinds, 5,000, 10,000, 56 entries currently remaining. 56 entrants, rather, I should say, of the 99 entries. And there is a look at the Seth Davies show, as he has a good bit of buffer between himself and Patrick Antonius, and kind of a decent distribution all the way down to that short stack of Danny Tang, who we know is going to be looking for some Spinskys.
Yep. Yeah, actually, the same 2 guys who at the last break were chip leaders are still chip leaders and have accumulated. We have Jean-Noel Thorel, JNT, actually in first by a sliver with mid 1.4s, Talal 1.4, and then behind them, third and fourth, the other 2 players with more than $1 million, being Seth Davies and Yuri D.
Current overall short stack is Dan Dvoris with 108,000. He's actually even shorter than Danny Tang, who is the second shortest stack in the field.
99.
Please check numbers for 100K.
For main event, I mean, they got more on the other side, 200, right?
Registration officially now closed, so if you didn't manage to make your way down at this point, you are going to be a spectator here in the main.
I like the hoodie boo ensemble. Completes it.
Is that the same Louis Vuitton sweater that Morton Klein and Sean Perry were wearing side by side earlier in this event?
Yeah. No, it was in this event?
No. This was earlier. Sorry, did I say this event? This series.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
Side by side. And
did Steve O'Dwyer bring the baby shark look to the party? Do want to correct something, Rast. It looks like Horace Way's chip count is incorrect.
60. All right.
Yeah, it says 257 there. That's incorrect. It's 300,000 more. But if you're following on the app, you would be able to see on the app that it's actually correct. That's how good the app is, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, how good the flop is for Cale Burns, who defended from the big blind, is a king-high flush draw. On the ace-high board, however, he will kick things off with a check, and Horace is going to go ahead and tell a tale as he follows through for 21,000.
Excuse me, drinks. Excuse me.
Cale deciding how to continue, finds raise. You have to wonder if he randomized that just the way it came out. Sat there,
the way he looked up?
just looked up, came down, raised. Maybe that was a randomized between call and raise. Who knows?
Just because equal arguments could be made for taking this line versus the check call?
Yeah. I mean, who knows? If you randomize, if there's 10 digits, maybe it wasn't even 50-50. He's like, 7 of them are call, 3 are raise, or some other distribution. So I mean, 9-7 of hearts here would be a pretty light continue. Yeah, you're wrapped around the 8, but
oh my
goodness.
A 3-bet from Horace Way.
And this is, wow.
Up to 150,000. And obviously Burns does block the spades, but we begin to consider ace X of spades. Nevertheless, Kale going to take his chances and didn't really hesitate to make the call, which certainly reads strong. And the 10 of clubs suddenly brings equity to Horace Way's 9 high as he has an open ender.
Yeah, Ollie, if there was a pretty good chance he was going to shut down, I would think, with just the 9-7 nothing getting called. But now hitting a 10 or a 6, it's like, I mean, I guess why not just do it? Now remember, Way has 300,000 more and actually probably covers Kale, so there's a 1-to-1 stack to pot ratio here. Kale has 346. He's the short stack, 357 in the middle. You know, Way picked up equity. Maybe he wants to bluff with it though. Yeah, all in.
Yeah.
He's asking Kale for all of it, and that's a lot to call with king high.
That's pretty sick. Both those guys.
And you can see sort of a deflated reaction to this play from Horace Way, who is showing his willingness to stick his neck on the chopping block.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough call for Kale. Like, probably doesn't find it, even though he's suspicious. You got to start putting your opponent on, like basically floating clubs and then bluffing it. He probably doesn't even think like 9-7 off or whatever is in there. He has a 9 himself.
The other
even.
waitress already took. Oh, just a Turkish tea and sparkling water.
And Horace Way with that really speculative flop call with the 9-7 of hearts ends up winning a large pot because of it. So, well played, sir.
Don't let that sophisticated sweater fool you. We have a wild animal on our hands. Rast, love to see it, by the way. Don't forget, GG Poker, the only place to play online if you want a shot at a World Series of Poker bracelet. 33 of them being awarded currently as the World Series of Poker Online rolls on through the 27th. Don't forget that $20 million guarantee 5K also happening on the 26th. Never mind the Triton qualifier satellites, which will be available there. Oh, it's not a baby shark, it's a ghost that we're dealing with here for Steve O'Dwyer, as he's got the three-dimensional hat.
Are you up for intro? Is that Patrick?
Antonius with 2 6s. King 4 suited here for Burns, who has chosen to flat. That makes things a little interesting for Artem Veshnikov with Ace 5 suited. He will close the action. (10-9-4) with 2 spades. Kale's got himself bottom pair and backdoor hearts. Antonius's 6s are still good despite looking up at the 2 overcards. Two checks in front of him, and he will check back. Now, kings up on the turn for Kale. 76,000 in the middle. Burns fires 50K, about 2/3 pot.
Short one. And one is this one.
And Patrick will concede. Tidy pickup for Burnsy.
EPT London or just like a UK IP?
Top one, yeah.
It's the full thing.
It's like 5K, 50K, 100K.
Not 100K.
50K.
They buying?
They've never done 100K at EPT London.
They done it. They're about to.
You want
I
it?
thought it was 50K.
No, but I played 100. One final.
You stopped
Long
so
time.
far.
Maybe 2000.
Yeah, maybe I need to do that.
It was a 50K.
Come on!
It was a 50K for sure.
Remember that time you got it instead of a set? You got middle set. You did that. That was fucking. That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Set over set?
You got a middle set versus top set or some shit. I can't remember.
Oh, that was all in pre.
Yeah, but it's still pretty cool.
Yeah. What? Pocket 8?
Yeah, pocket 8. Yeah, that was a good one.
This, I would not bet against Steve in this situation.
I don't want to hustle Patrick.
Ace 10 this time for Patrick. Again, he opens. And Horace Way will defend for another 12K from the big blind off of Jack 9 offsuit. And he will flop top pair.
Yeah.
Did some research and checked out.
For Patrick, ace high and 2 overs.
Looks like the graphics again got that wrong. Patrick bet and Way called, right? Just check Patrick C bet in position, call.
Short stack, short stack, short stack, short stack, short stack.
I mean, that turn card, assuming that I was correct in that, in my correction.
It's check call from Horace.
Yeah. The graphics showed Way betting, but we could see visually even that wasn't correct. Anyway, that king is better for Patrick, although
the river is
Patrick
a 10,
can find
though.
better barrels than ace 10.
Now Antonius with the winner.
Yeah, and tricky spot here for Way where, yeah, you flop top pair, you like the turn check back quite a bit. Do you go for value? I mean, your hand might still be good. Or do you check? And then I guess decide versus bet.
Well, what would you be worried about
10.
with ace 10 here?
Oh, no, with ace 10, no, Patrick is definitely betting.
Oh, you're talking about Horace's
yes,
hand. I'm
from
sorry.
Horace's perspective. Yeah, I mean, ace 10 has to feel pretty good about it. I mean, you can even be beating other 10s, such as like 10-6, 10-8. Oh, wow, just snap folds it. It's not, that was not an easy fold.
I'll tell you what that does in terms of my assessment of Horace Way, who I haven't had an opportunity to watch, I think, at all thus far in this series. But it tells me that while he is capable of what felt like, on the surface, maniacally aggressive behavior, which we witnessed against Cale Burns, he's also capable of looking at a situation and getting away from it despite having a whole lot of hand.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, can't just classify him as a one gear player there, you know, not just maniacal aggression.
I got no idea for you. I got nothing for that.
22.
Pounding. Short stack, short stack. Stop giving me 3-5 short stack, short stack. 6 deuces also no good. Short stack, short stack.
Is Danny Tang offering us a short stack wrap here as he tries to get it going?
He's now a musician.
Rob Young. Jack 10 suited, oh so pretty. Pops it, takes it. I'll tell you what, I wanna see Rob and Horace play a pot.
Calls you all the trash can and always correct.
Yeah, yeah.
Exactly what he
Meantime, we're gonna watch Michael Soiza under the gun with pocket eights at our other featured table. At the blinds at 5 and 10. 20K min raise open. And limitless. Victor Malinowski wakes up with ace king and 3 X's to 60K.
Ooh, and an 8 we can see gone there. So should Soiza continue, it's going to be hard for him to flop a set. And no pair for Malinowski, but the type of board that is very uncomfortable for a pair of 8s from Soiza's perspective.
Having called the extra 40,000, he does check. And Limitless goes to work with the 2 overs in the Broadway gut shot.
Yeah, it comes with just over 20% pot.
And again, we see these downsized C-bets.
Yeah, I mean, the stack to pot ratio is getting small, so then it makes sense. Soiza check calls.
Board pairs on the turn.
A good card for Soiza.
Sure.
1 less queen in the deck. Didn't fill in any draws. You know, it does against the ace king and ace jack, or even king jack. Yeah, the 10 is an extra out that counterfeits you, but overall, a good card. Definitely above, slightly above average, I would say.
A lot of tables.
That said, against your opponent who 3-bet, you're under the gun open, bet flop, now bet turn, it starts to get a bit dicier of a proposition. You know, does he have a queen? A lot of hands with queen you could give him. Ace, king, jack. Does he have aces, kings, jacks?
And the 50K is a fifth of Soiza's remaining stack. He does make the call. The pot will go to 315,000 now. And his SPR drops with 195 behind. And 9 on the river. Actually is a little bit troublesome maybe for Soiza.
Sure, it's not a total blank. It does fill in some potential hands that now beat him. And Malinowski now can be pretty certain on that card he has no showdown, really. But if he is up against King Jack, got there. I mean, the only hand he's beating is Ace Jack.
Yeah.
So, but he...
And what a relief for Soiza as that third check draws the check back finally from Malinowski. And a little gut check there for Soiza. He's got a nice little game on him, Rast.
Yeah.
Very well liked by the regulars on the tour, respected. Such a gentleman, very well-mannered young man.
A very, very affable, friendly guy.
Yeah.
Just when I see him around, always says hi.
Yeah. Seems like he's got kind of the winning mindset in terms of being able to handle the ups and downs of these really challenging, mentally taxing, exhausting festivals. You know, you're out there, you're playing against the best. You're having to make decisions day in, day out for hours on end for lots of money. Takes a toll if you're not ready for it.
Certainly.
Now our first look at Chavero, newcomer. to the Triton Tour with Queen 9 suited.
I was in the booth earlier in the series covering him, and it was like a little deeper in a tournament, and he was welding his stack pretty aggressively, if I remember.
Finished 6th place in the 30K 6 max for $215,000.
A lot of reshoving. Wasn't afraid to get in there.
Well, no reshoving here. Soiza just a standard defend with 8-9 and is quite fortunate to hit the 8 on the ace high rainbow dry texture. Checks middle pair over to Chavero, who's got backdoor diamonds.
What is this?
Ginger and lemon.
Certainly could have sprinkled something in there and tried to just rep the ace, take it. Instead, he checks back. The 6 is of no use to queen high.
After checking flop, you wonder if he doesn't just check back queen high again here. It's kind of a middling hand with some showdown, and you don't really get better to fold very much. So this check back makes a lot of sense.
Adamo seems not to be too happy.
Very nice run out for Soiza.
Adamo is listening full music. He doesn't want to hear.
Chavero checked 2 streets in position.
Can you
At this
imagine
point,
on final
Soiza
table?
has to
That
start
would be
thinking
even
about
louder.
getting value from his
With
hand.
all the railers.
Yeah.
The 8 figures to be good a
football match.
decent amount, although not
This was
always.
before any money is in play. You would assume
Obviously,
that, like,
Chavero
once
could
he's
play
actually
a
making
hand
money, it should
a
actually
bit
give him
tricky.
louder.
Yeah, with the railers too.
Check back an ace or a bigger pair twice, but most of the time the 8 will be good, and so Soiza comes for value, 40 into 55K.
Soiza able to take that one there as we flip back over to the other feature. Seth Davies, fresh off a final table in the 200K coin rivet. Really deserved better, Rast. That king-queen against the 6-7 of Carl Chapegatien, it just looked like it was poised to double for sure. And then suddenly the runner, savagery, left him dusted.
Yeah, I'm sure it's one that probably had him shaking his head a little bit on the way out of the room, but dreams of maybe cashing for a little bit more or even winning. But I mean, all in all, a large cash for Seth, who in a relatively short period of time here, dating back to Madrid, went from just Triton brick after brick to cash after cash. I mean, starting from that first cash, May 18th, 75K, no limit, 8-handed. He then went, including that one, went 3 for 6 in Madrid and has gone 3 for 5 here. So we're talking 6 out of 11. And no 7-figure scores, but a lot of mid to high 6-figure scores. And in a matter of 11 tournaments, he is probably out of the, I haven't done the math, but I would guess looking at all these buy-ins, I think he's positive now in Triton after not cashing the first like 20 events.
All it takes is a little heater. Now here's Burns with a little pair of 5s. Check raising. This O'Dwyer follow through as the Jack-9 suited was working with that Queen of Hearts.
Yeah. Might be enough giving the size for O'Dwyer to continue. I mean, he is pretty short.
Yeah, and he's even shorter now after flicking in that extra 25K.
But he still does it. These guys are playing a pot with a little bit of nothing.
He's got just north of 10 bigs back, and he's unimproved here. Can't say the same for Burns, who picks up a gut shot straight draw.
So now Burns is really only beating floats, I think, on the 7. You know, ace high, king high, jack high, etc. Those hands all fold to a bet here. This hand is pretty far down in the value ranking. So yeah, check. I like it. he's trying to, all those hands have 6 outs, and should they check back, you're giving him a chance to win the pot. But there's no value in betting his hand, and you do get those hands to bluff. So my guess is he comes with check and probably doesn't fold now that he picked up the gutter.
30 into 133 is the sizing, but the consideration for Cale could also be that he might expect O'Dwyer, with just 73,000 behind, were Cale to make the call and put another 30 into this pot, to be looking to push it in there.
Yeah.
On the end.
Yeah, I like Cale's line here. It makes a lot of sense to me with his holding. But now we see. Now we're going to see if O'Dwyer follows through. River call a bit tougher for Cale, I think, than the turn call, especially with the gutter equity. Yeah, Cale should check it back on over. I don't think there's really any value in betting. The hands you're beating on the turn were kind of the king high, jack high bluffs. Probably O'Dwyer's checking ace high back quite a bit, so those hands aren't calling a bet. Okay, interesting. Okay, well it's a what's it? How much? Okay, so he's betting 1 big blind. It's a buck. He's betting 1 big blind into 19. And now O'Dwyer has to decide if he's going to kind of make the hero jam here. I don't think you can call even a bet this small with jack high.
No, of course. The call is not on his mind, even though the price is so insanely good. Boy, this is just another example of Cale doing things differently.
Yeah.
And, of course, Steve with jack high. Can't necessarily feel like there's too high a frequency with which the jam does get through for just 63K more. Sent it into the muck.
That's fun watching Cale play.
It really is.
He's creative, and I like his game.
There are just those who seem to follow along with what the established thought is, and then there are those who seem to be responsible for kind of novel thoughts percolating into the community, being explored, oftentimes being imitated.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he's not a guy who I think the Triton scene is as familiar with, but having followed him quite a bit so far this series, I like a lot of his decision making, and it's definitely stuff that is a bit different than I think other players would do in the same spots. So,
well, Cale's participation, Ras, does date all the way back to 2017 in the Cow, where he actually won. Sorry, where he actually cashed in the main event there. Third place, won 1.3 million for that. His very next event that he played was in London in 2019, and he finished 6th. Then went 3 for 3, finishing 4th. Those were 25K and 50K events respectively.
Oh yeah, he cashed his first 3 tournaments in Triton that he played. Yeah.
I have sub 100. I'm just like, Rob.
7-6 deuce 2 club flop meanwhile. Blind versus blind.
And 9-5 off. Very weak starting hand, but a pretty good flop for him. I mean, the 9 of clubs working, an immediate gutter.
Burnsy peeling for 15K.
Yeah, too good of a hand, blind versus blind, wide ranges, limped to let go, especially for a small size. But the type of hand that's hard to go all the way with. I mean, the Queen of Diamonds is a card that doesn't fill in any immediate draws on the flop. I mean, any straight draw that didn't improve. It does bring in the backdoor diamonds, which is relevant for the ranges. And Cale has the type of hand that versus a turn barrel has to start consider folding. Yeah, the problem with 3s too is it's like 3s and a 2, kind of the same hand there in value ranking. 3s, it's much harder to improve. you got 2 outs to improve, and at least 1 or 2 of them make a flush. Whereas a deuce with an X kicker, you got 5 outs to improve. So, I mean, all told, Kale has one of his probably worst hands to continue with versus a turn barrel there, and he folds, unsurprisingly.
Credit to Veshnikov, who found that second barrel despite having just 9 high in the gutter. Meanwhile, we see Soiza opening a pot with ace-8 suited at our other featured table. Sosia Jang, ace-10 suited, will flat the button. And now Malinowski with an ace-6 suited in the small blind.
Is it yours? No.
Yeah, has to decide how he'll proceed here. He's going to go the aggressive route, 4.5. Which, pretty uncomfortable spot for Soisa here, with a hand that's decent, not that strong, but you got Jiang behind you on the button to worry about, who can jam if she was flatting strong behind you, deny you that equity after putting a whole 90K in the pot. So yeah, he bows out. Jiang here with a pretty good hand. Let's see how she responds.
All 3 players with a suited ace. Chief among them is Sosia's, and her hand might be a little under-repped given that she flatted the button, rather.
Yeah, and she feels it's strong enough to call here in position. And see what Victor is up to. Now, given that, I think if she was as deep as Victor, it's a little more comfy call. But now, she's very shallow. Ooh. And what a flop for Jiang.
Top pair against second pair. Malinowski, backdoor clubs, control of the betting in a 220K pot. But he is out of position.
This is a dangerous spot for Victor because, again, Jiang is so short that flopping a pair, having 5 outs to improve, you would think. Obviously, the ace is covered, so we can see it isn't. It's a spot where it's going to be hard for him to get away from it. He even has backdoor clubs. And Jiang just having a little more than 1 stack to pot ratio with top pair, top kickers should feel pretty comfortable betting for value and getting it in. If you got jacks plus, I guess you're going to double, but that's the risk you take when you call this 3-bet here.
45.
Yeah. I like the fact that she bet this on the flop. There's also some protection value to realize for her hand against, hands with paint in it. Imagine Victor has like king jack suited. You want to put those hands a little bit make them a little bit uncomfortable, at least make them pay to continue to realize equity.
Well, note the sizing here, 45,000 off of 278 and into 220. And Malinowski check raising to 105,000, trying to put pressure on this ace-10.
And this strikes me as a bit of a weird mergey play where he might kind of be trying to bluff 7s, 8s, or 9s, which I would guess he figures are a big part of her range. And at the same time, maybe charge and get to fold hands such as king high, king queen, etc. But once you do that, you can't really fold. You put in nearly half of Jiang's chips. It's an ambitious play, but there's definitely reasoning behind it.
Sosia jams, gets called, and on the turn, suddenly Malinowski picks up a whole bunch more outs, Rast, courtesy of the deuce of clubs.
Okay.
This would be a dirty one.
Oh.
Jesus.
Unlucky, Sosia.
9 of clubs gives Malinowski the nut flush.
Good game, everyone. Good luck.
Sosia Jang, classy in defeat, but obviously that is just an example of the ruthlessness of poker.
The back door on the flop as well.
She deserved better there, Rast.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, she handled it well. I mean, that's a dirty one.
And there've been a few of them out here, man. I mean, it's just this is a 100K main. Why here? Why now? Is the thought I always have.
Yeah, I mean, she played the hand well. You know, no reason to hang her head there.
Yeah.
Did the best, better hand. Continued versus the check raise correctly. Even called pre-flop correctly in a spot that's a little bit dicey with her stack being as short as it is, and got it all in as a massive favorite to double up and have a decent chip stack, and just ran cold there.
You know, as we see Victor now up over 100 bigs and 1 million in chips, sitting atop this leaderboard. The job truly is to be concerned with taking the situations that you're put in and making the optimal decisions consistently, executing based on your knowledge consistently. And then whatever the outcomes are, you do your best not to be too concerned with that.
Yeah.
Because you did all you could do. The rest is kind of up to the deck.
Yeah. And I have no idea what Sosia's situation is or bankroll, but love to see her.
She's on case money.
Love to see her re-enter here.
This was her last 100K,
you know,
Rast.
Say to herself, listen, I played pretty well. That was cold, but I got to feel good about my play. Went up against Limitless. He got it in bad versus me. And, you know, I'm going to hop back in here and give it another shot.
Yeah, no,
hope we get to see it.
Very successful. And I'll tell you what, eventually we're going to see her with some real results.
1 million already?
Love to have her energy and her presence in the room, and she can well afford to be on tour. As we see Malinowski going to work from the button, newly minted stack.
Oh, I think
second
we're past
pair.
the re-entry period, actually. I just realized.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't even...
Yeah.
Had you mentioned the idea that she was going to re-enter?
Yeah.
No.
Damn, too bad.
Boss in the cutoff with the 2 4s. Checks it over. He was the pre-flop raiser, and Malinowski flatted.
Yeah, I think it just ended. I think usually the re-entry periods have been going up through the 4-8K level pretty consistently. And this was the 5-10K level, so I believe it just closed for the players. And this 99-person field is the final total with 9.9 million in the prize pool. And yeah, actually, this got almost exactly what I thought it would. When I was talking to Rob a couple nights ago, on the last day of the 200, I was like, or second to last day of the 200, he asked, like, how many? I'm like, I think 100. What do you think? He said, yeah, it should be about right. Maybe
currently, we got 90...
99, and that's it.
Yeah.
It looked like maybe it was going to be short, like 85 earlier today. But 14, you know, re-entries here.
And some late reg.
Oh, yeah? Some uniques hopped in? Yeah.
Meanwhile, Paul Poix keeps it clean with a check fold. He was beat after top card paired.
No, don't worry. Still. Don't worry. In 200K, I started day 2, almost 1 million.
Oh.
2 hours later, 100K.
Oh, okay, you're back.
But run but seatbelt maybe in 4 hours.
4 hours. Bubble time. Okay. Not bubble time, but like.
Yeah, some of the people who came to play the 200K left and didn't play this. So despite this being half the size, didn't get. I mean, the 200K had 90 unique players, and this one it looks like 65. Looking at the app, so
everyone's at Ben Heath's wedding. No, I can't say that definitively.
Probably
it's just
some
Sam
people are,
Grafton
but-
at least, but yeah.
Yeah, like some other people left. Like, I know Phil Sternheimer left.
Yep.
You know, probably a couple others.
I miss Pedro. I don't know if I'm conflating Pedro Gargnani with just his coffee stirring. Meanwhile, Chavero here with 2 aces as Wayne Hyung
He's going to come with flat, I think. Yeah. I mean, 3-betting so strong versus UTG Open and aces. I mean, again, UTG only has like 15 blinds, so, and Chavero himself only has just over 20. So, slow playing, very much a thing with aces at these stack depths.
Oh, and the king jack's going to be in trouble here as Wayne's under the gun open. Looks oh so dreamy off of this short stack. Jack trade deuce. What could go wrong? Backdoor clubs. 60K in the middle. Quarter pot c-bet.
Get curious to see what Chavero does versus quarter pot. Both ways seem reasonable. Kind of call, which could also be some ace high, king high hands, or check raising. So yeah, he's gonna keep trapping. And I mean, good card for Wayne. Picks up a lot of outs. He's gonna feel very comfy. Just bet getting this in, and probably be slightly surprised to see he's behind, but
he's got a lot of outs. Ras, that 9 of clubs gives him the flush draw. A little north of that 1.1 SPR. 1.2 is it? And he continues to be milky. Just fires 30 into the 90, 1/3 pot.
yeah, now Chavero has to decide if he wants to continue just calling or raise all in at this point. You know, will my opponent 3-barrel bluff? And then, yeah, he's just going to ask for all of it. And
of course, a snapper from Wayne, and he's going to see the bad news. 2 aces, but things could be far worse, as any king, any jack, any club would do the job in this 312K pot where his fate hangs in the balance, and the 7 of clubs, backdoor flush.
You know, this hand just reminded me. I think the last tournament of the WSOP I cashed, I think it was the 10K 6 max. The exact same thing. We were pretty deep in the money, and what happened to Chavero just now happened to me. I think that was what set me on my bicycle. Like 15 big blind flat aces, got it all in on the flopper turn, and against, I think, King Jack that flop top pair, and rivered me. I actually think I got it all in on the flop. But it's how it goes. You know, you play it like that because you're not so deep that when you get sucked out on, you lose, you know, tons of big blinds, and you want to keep the hands in. But, you know, sometimes they suck out on you. But, you know, most of the time they don't, and either they bluff it off to you and fold, or, you know, whatever they have. King Jack might have played the same way without the flush draw. It's 5 outs once. So it's, I think, the thinking behind it.
Was Chavero's only opportunity to win the pot pre?
I don't think Chavero, I mean, to
with
win
the
the pot. Yeah, I think if he 3-bets, I think King Jack suited folds because he had opened like under the gun 8 or 7. You know, in different positions, it might not fold, like button versus blinds 3-bet, but but under the gun versus small blind, I think, you know, give some respect probably.
Well, not a whole lot of respect when Queen 3 offsuit decides to come along. Goodnov's Ace-10 suited has been outflopped, and now it's queens and trays for Wayne Hyung, who is heating up.
He's laying a little rope over here with the queens up.
You surprised given the arrival of that third club? We see a clean river.
No, I think he was hoping some hands such as the one Kudnov has that have very little equity start bluffing at the pot.
Well, the min-raise opener has not put more chips into the pot on the flop or the turn.
And yeah, now after checking twice, he's going to try to get some value. And
You know how to watch poker or not? You should know.
thing about playing the hand this way is Kudnov is, you know, listen, we're talking a big blind defend range that checked all the way down. So it's going to be some hands that ace high is beating in there for sure, and he looks them up.
Cobbling his way back into contention is Wayne Hyung. Wayne playing in his second ever Triton Festival in Madrid, his very first ever event. He finished in 4th place in a 20K 8 max. Has not cashed since. Played a 50K 7 max and then the 100K main to round out Madrid. Played the 25 and the 50K 8 and 6 max here in North Cyprus. Meanwhile, Boss, 2 jacks, makes it 20. Suited king on the button for Holland's Luke Gilles. Off of just 240K, he is going to put over a fifth of his stack out there in the form of a 3-bet to 50.
175 behind, 180, 190.
Start with 240.
And Paul here going to decide if he wants to just jam or, yeah, he's going with jam. And happy to take it down.
Made Gilles' decision pretty easy. Paul currently sitting with 55 bigs.
Should Paul call there, Gilles has the type of hand, he might make mistakes first. You know, could incorrectly fold some ace-high boards that Gilles very likely bluffs. Could call down some king-high boards where Gilles has the pair of kings. So
Six, 7 suited under the gun for Limitless.
yeah, Chavero giving some respect to the
caught
early
that.
positionness of that open.
He's not coming.
No.
Never mind the driver. Malinowski Oh, so sound. No customers.
And amassing quite a large number of chips over there. Looking at the app, it looks like he's now second in chips with over 1.1 million. Talal has slipped to fourth, still over a million. And Jean-Noel Thorel has broken the 2 million barrier.
JNT making moves out there.
Supersonic.
20.
Flying faster than the speed of sound.
Oh, sorry.
Well, Luke's speeding a little bit out of the hijack. Jack 8 suited.
Call 1 too much. Yeah.
Picks up Jack 8 offsuit as a customer. Both players flopping second pair. Luke with the advantage of the back door. Flush. Action check to him with 55 in the middle.
Yeah, about 3-to-1 stack to pot ratio. It's a bit of a dicey spot. He has a good hand, figures to be good quite a bit, but mid pair 3-to-1, don't really want to get it in. That's true for both players. So because of that, I expect Malinowski to call, but I feel like I never quite know with him. But yeah, call seems sensible, and Victor agrees.
Pot up to 115K, and both players make trip 8s as the Case Snowman hits the turn.
Well, now both of them wish that the SPR was much higher.
Of course.
Be happy playing for more, but this measly 140K will definitely find its way in the middle one way or the other. And Victor leads for one big blind, which is the kind of standard after check calling, especially as the big blind, the middle card pairs. You see a lot of leads in that spot, and not always with the trips, but this time it is with the trips. And actually Giles now has to decide how he's going to respond, and he decides to slow play his hand at this point and just call.
No matter what the SPRs are, it certainly seems as though this one would always be heading for a chop. Ace on the river now.
Now Malinowski, okay, he has trip 8s. He has a jack kicker that plays. He has a nice jack of hearts blocker, which blocks a lot of very relevant flush draws that Giles can have. You know, queen jack, you know, jack 9, 10, queen king of hearts, which can all get there this way.
Yes. 8. Save him.
Need battle.
Need battle.
But yeah, whatever. They both have jack 8. So
yeah, money gets into the middle. Predictable.
Like, I bluff. I don't beat your bluff.
No drama.
Oh, GG. Street.
Boring.
Boring. Boo.
Boo. Yeah, they say everyone loves chop spots. I don't like chop spots. I don't know.
Yeah, here I didn't like. I thought I was winning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me too. But when you call so quick, I'm like,
uh-oh.
Well,
Yeah.
usually I'm good, but it's kind of weird.
Yeah, I didn't expect that.
This was.
But not you. If someone else calls so quick, more danger. Jack 8 is a.
Maybe some might fold. I can have flush.
Yes, I mean I had one heart, so it's a bit less likely.
I think we both just
I
thinking.
mean-
We both think we win the pot.
Yes,
Like, almost always.
Lockdown hand.
Onwards.
And Nick Petrangelo just busted. It looks like King Queen suited lost to Mark DeRozan's sixes. So Nick P's streak will not be ending yet. 8, 11, 16, now at 21. Poor guy.
Heart does go out to Nick Petrangelo, who truly has run way below EV. And
I'm now officially pulling for him, even though I don't really have a personal relationship with him, just occasional highs when we cross paths in the walking by, but I'm gonna pull for the guy now. Shit, 21. Like, let's go, Nick. I'll be cheering for you the rest of the way here. Although, I don't know, does he play short deck?
I thought you have 100.
Nicky P plays some short deck. I mean, look at the events he's bought into. No?
Oh, please stop teaching
No, they're
people
all no
how to
limits.
play.
All no limits, yeah.
Oh, no, there's a short
It
deck
is-
in
it
London.
is business.
Yeah.
He tried it once and then he gave up on it, I
Yeah.
guess.
You get a
It's
nice
interesting
losing
when you-
system.
Yeah, I feel like
No, but it's interesting. When they win 2-0, jackpot. Boom, boom, boom.
I would guess the odds of
it's
playing
like
short
a-
deck
it's
go
like a
down
teaser,
after
right?
the 21 no
No,
cash as opposed to up.
Yeah, I mean, a short
Like-
deck is a higher variance.
Like, hey, I
ever
just
anyway.
won 2 million. Let's fire a couple short decks, whatever. Not like, oh fuck, I can't cash. Like, all right, we'll just wait till the next Triton.
Steve is so short, yo. And the big line gets taken out, and he's directly in the route.
Oh shit.
You need running sevens or running halves.
Steve O'Dwyer, shortest stack overall, just 3 bigs. Chavero, 7 bigs.
What's the first game on? Is there no game 8 o'clock? And we'll see how the Tottenham. At home. Tottenham.
O'Dwyer going to be in the big here, and
That could be
That's
a
a-
good game.
big commitment off of his short stack, and he's going to be up against the 210s of Danny Tang if he
Yeah, that.
I have 11K behind.
finds a
We
call.
watched Tottenham Spurs. We watched Spurs then.
Yeah, Danny's been a bit quiet, at least when we've been watching the hands. And Horace Way, little ace-5 off here. A little weak to call 3 ways, but thinks about it, passes the spot.
I think it's good concept.
Now O'Dwyer, the prospects of a triple up, gets the rest of his stack in there. 10-5 suited, such a bad hand to have. His spades are smothered, his 10 is dead.
I mean, somehow O'Dwyer found a way to only have 4% here with the 10-5 suited, like you said, against 10s and a bigger flush draw. It's pretty hard, actually. I mean, I know 10-5 suited isn't a good hand. 3-way, you're supposed to have a lot more equity than 4%. It's a pretty special. Oh my goodness. He flops top pair and he's still dead.
No, he flops bottom 2.
Oh, sorry, yeah, bottom 2 pair and he's
up
still
against
dead. Yeah,
middle
my bad.
set as Danny Tang is going to start things off with a check. Looking to get Veshenkov to get frisky, which he won't do. The check back. Is there a spade in the deck on the turn? No, but there is a king. And now top pair for Veshenkov.
I would
Yeah,
really
I
like to go see Australia.
I think at this
again.
point, Danny just starts betting for value. Just go let's go bet turn, bet river.
I mean, you travel in.
Try to get value from
far for you, isn't it? So.
a queen, a king, straight draws.
Madrid.
Madrid. No,
You went in Madrid?
Barcelona.
Barcelona.
Yeah, Barcelona then here, but before that it was 2.5 years.
It's like 16 hours for you, no matter where you want to go, right?
Well,
So he comes with like 2/3 pot,
Get to New Zealand in 3 hours.
which is
Yeah, if you want to go to Europe for podcast, it's going to be a long fucking journey.
going to keep Veshnikov in here with top pair.
You can stop off in Dubai.
Got
though, chill
70K
for a
in
day or
the
something.
side.
Dubai, Singapore, Malaysia, whatever. UAE.
It's a long trip, isn't it?
You're not wrong.
River.
Long fucking trip.
Doesn't complicate matters.
Yeah, total brick.
Australia's great. Super lovely.
I loved Cairns when I went there.
Cairns? Cairns isn't as far. If you want to go to Cairns.
Yeah, I've been there. Yeah. Beautiful.
I don't know if I've been there, to be honest.
No, you're an Australian. You've not.
I know. Australia's fucking massive, mate.
It's where the Great Barrier Reef is.
The Great Barrier Reef is big. It's not just in Cairns.
It's the main place, isn't it? Where the
And this is a tricky spot for Veshnikov. He might be able to find a fold. I mean,
On the way out,
part of the issue is it's not that easy for Danny to really be bluffing with O'Dwyer all in on the side.
people down there. And people are taking bits of coral.
Well, O'Dwyer all in for the main.
Oh,
Danny
sorry, the
Tang
main.
now
Yeah, sorry, main pot, I mean.
betting basically full side.
So, yeah, he can have some kind of bluffs or weak hands, but the hands he should be bluffing with are hands that have some showdown that can maybe beat O'Dwyer all in more. So, yeah, he finds the fold with a king. I think it's a nice fold. It's not an easy fold, though.
That's bad.
The last 10.
And
Nice fold there from Veshenkov, and Danny Tang able to collect both the side and the main. As Steve O'Dwyer.
And O'Dwyer with a
shows
pretty
his
cool
frustration.
boo hat right there.
Yeah.
It's little Super Mario, the boo ghost, I think. Like when you're facing him, he's eyes shut and still, but then when you turn away, it looks like that and starts coming at you.
Well, the real spookiness is, well, 10-5 suited managed to be up against bigger spades and pocket tens, 4%. Of course, always a dog, and O'Dwyer will head out of here. 49th place finish is 48 remain.
Another great player who's going to have to try again another day.
I'll tell you what, O'Dwyer just has the right temperament to be out here. Disappointed, no doubt. Now the shortest of stacks belongs to Rob Yong at this particular table. 30 bigs, more than enough off of which to operate, of course.
What's Australia like for crypto? What do they think about crypto in Australia?
What do you mean?
Are they friendly about it, or the government?
They seem okay. Maybe not. They're not convinced either way yet. They're definitely more friendly in some ways.
So hungry.
Jack 8 suited for Kale.
哇，好撚多，好似好似兩個老嘢都好多。
Alright, Rob, come on in. Water's warm.
25K to go.
係15號去。
Waste of money putting that in. I mean, I can call with it, I guess.
I got you destroyed.
Jack Deuce not
I
interested.
tried Jack of Diamonds, yeah. No, it's not that one.
Do I have the price to call there with Jack 2?
Well, you left the wrong one.
I don't play. No, still, that's
It's
a complicated question.
Still close, isn't it, to call him with any 2? Fine.
Yeah, you have a.
Obviously, when I see Jackie, I'm not.
Let's flip it back over to Ignacio Chavedo, who has vapors. Cut off 9-3 suited, inadequate. Can't say the same about Ace King. Luke Gilles on the button. Goes sailing, but does leave a chip back.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 5, 6,
there.
7, 8.
148.
140. Yeah, that one.
All in.
All in. Come on, let's go. Nope.
No deuces?
You should equal.
Unlucky.
Heard the words all in, I think. Was it out of Wayne Young's Queen Jack suited in the small blind? Indeed, it was.
Don't know Shanghai hands is bets.
Yeah, exactly.
Luke Gilles going to get a spin in good shape against the paint on an unpainted flop. 328K and Luke Gilles' fate hanging in the balance.
Queen and the Jack both live, though.
And now a 9 is live as well for Wayne, who adds 4 outs to the mix, 10 in total. Luke anti-sweating them all. Oh, and the Queen of Clubs on the river smacks Wayne.
I'm so lucky today.
So far, so good.
Yeah. Running spot.
So he will send Luke Gilles out of here.
Light or no?
The stream got generator.
Victor, when we will have emojis of you on GG?
I don't know. They said they want to do, and then after, I don't know. We'll see. Because I don't go Korea. We'll see. I mean,
running
I think it's enough.
I will use that for sure. You can start do it now.
No.
Yeah.
I'll do it when I win.
You can do it. You suck.
That's all kind of weird. Like people wanna use it. See if I find.
Okay.
You know you fucking made it, man. We'll make emojis of you.
Okay. Can you do splash dance for us once? One time, just one time. Don't brought table, but. Malinovsky splash dance, it even sounds cool.
Malinovsky splash dance, baby.
Yeah.
Two aces for Limitless. He certainly knows how to open a pot with less than that, but this is the very top of the range off of the big stack. The min-raise open with the blinds at 6 and 12,000. Draws a call from Soiza's King Jack offsuit. All right, Rast and I are being asked to leave the conference center right now due to a situation with respect to the air quality in the vents. So we are going to cut the stream off in terms of commentary. Hopefully we'll be returning to you guys soon. Stay close.
Take